Chapter 806. So, I stayed in that sealed lava cave for 4 months. After returning to the outer palace, Chu Mu found out how much time had passed. There were only 3 months left until the end of the first stage. According to the original plan, Chu Mu should have already completely broken through the sealing god blood curse on the sword intent, causing the sword intent to be unsealed and regain its sharpness. However, because he fell into the magma pool and entered the sealed magma cave, he obtained the earth core desolate flames fire seed and focused on refining it. He temporarily gave up on all other aspects of cultivation and delayed it. Chu Mu didn't care about this. The earth core flame seed was a treasure that even the sword of Gojoseon wanted. It was already a great opportunity for him to obtain it. Delaying the unsealing of his sword intent for a few months was worth it. As for the inner palace disciple who attacked him and threw him into the lava pool, Chu Mu remembered him deeply. There would definitely be an end to this matter, even if it was a blessing in disguise. Next, I have to break the God Seal blood curse on my sword intent every day. When the first stage ends and the second stage begins, the seal may be unsealed. Chu Mu thought to himself. The current him, even without sword intent, the attack power of his sword was shocking. It was many times stronger than before he entered the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace. But for a swordsman, sword intent was still very necessary. The Earth Core Desolate Flame Seed was completely refined by Chu Mu. Moreover, it absorbed the energy of 2,000 Earth Fire Lotus Seeds and began to recover. Although it was still very weak, it could be used to refine sword origin. In just a few days, the purity of Chu Mu's Sky Desolation sword energy had reached the limit of entry. Next, he needed to absorb a large amount of energy and transform it into sword energy to increase his cultivation. Low-grade True Desolation pills could no longer satisfy Chu Mu's need. He needed at least mid-grade True Desolation pills or a large amount of low-grade True Desolation pills. At the moment, Chu Mu had nowhere to find them. Luckily, the Desolation Chi on the Sky Desolation Sacred Mountain was very rich and pure. As he slowly absorbed it, the Sky Desolation sword energy in his body would also steadily increase. Time passed. The closer it got to the end of the first stage, the crazier the challenges became. Chu Mu didn't plan on going out. He stayed in the outer palace and cultivated the Sky Desolate sword art. He also cultivated the Sky Desolate sword essence, the Sky Desolate sword art, the God Sealing blood curse on his sword intent, and the Earth Core Desolate flame. From time to time, he would have to deal with challenges from other disciples. His schedule was packed to the brim. Chu Mu's strength allowed him to defeat challengers time and time again, obtaining one Scarlet Desolation planet after another. Of course, there were also some challengers who did not have a Scarlet Desolation planet. They just wanted to get lucky and see if they could defeat Chu Mu and obtain another Scarlet Desolation planet. Because of this, Chu Mu obtained some low-grade True Desolation pills. After consuming them, the amount of sword origin increased. Month after month passed. Some disciples were hysterical, while others wanted to get more Scarlet Wilds planets and get a better ranking. Because of that, the challenges grew even more frenzied. Virtually every corner of the outer sanctum was filled with fighting. 3 days, 2 days, 1 day. Finally, the time for the first stage was up. It was over. The end of the first stage meant that the second stage was about to begin. Before the second stage began, there would be a buffer period for everyone to relax and prepare for the second stage. In addition, during the buffer period there would also be statistics and announcements. The statistics were to calculate the number of Scarlet Wilds planets that had participated in the Outer Sanctum's 100-year competition. The rankings would then be announced so that all disciples would know. Chu Mu had a Scarlet Wilds planet, so naturally the statistics were also done. 3 days later, the statistics were completed and the results were announced. In the corner of the Outer Sanctum's martial arts practice field, there was a list of names. After each name, there was a corresponding number of Scarlet Wild's planet. Therefore, the discussion was very heated, and it was about those who were ranked at the top of the list. There were more than 30,000 disciples in the outer sanctum, and at least 30,000 of them had signed up for the 100-year competition. However, in the end, only about 1,000 people had passed the first stage and were about to enter the second stage. This showed how cruel the first stage was. Those whose names were not on the list meant that they did not have a Scarlet Wild's planet and had been eliminated. They had no chance to enter the second stage and could only be a spectator. In theory, the disciples who had passed the first stage had received about 30 Scarlet Wild's planet. However, in reality, some people had received a lot of Scarlet Wild's planets, while others had received only one. Chumu himself had more than 180 Scarlet Wild's planet. However, among the 1,000, his ranking was not even in the top 100. He was ranked 223rd. This meant that there were as many as 222 people who had more Scarlet Wild's planets than Chumu. Of course, having more Scarlet Wild's planets did not necessarily mean that one was more powerful than Chumu. However, those disciples who could rank in the top 100 were all people who were truly powerful. The top 10 were especially powerful among the disciples of the outer sanctum. They had been famous for a long time and were also people who people talked about enthusiastically. The first place on the list was Nan Wu, who had more than 1,000 Scarlet Wild's planet. The second place was Qi Shao, who also had more than 1,000 Scarlet Wild's planet. However, he had less than 100 Scarlet Wild's planets than Nan Wu. The third place was Ben Hu, who had more than 1,000 Scarlet Wild's planet. The fourth place was Ma Yunfei, who had more than 800 Scarlet Wild's planet. The fifth place was Duan Yulong, the sixth place was Zhuang Libi, the seventh place was Yi Xiaoxiao, the eighth place was Tang Zhen, the ninth place was Nie Yunjie, and the 10th place was Gao Wang. Chumu did not care about the rankings. At this point, the God-sealing blood curse on the sword intent was only left with a very thin layer. It had become somewhat transparent and one could vaguely see the embryonic form of the sword intent inside. The sword intent was inside the embryonic form of the sword intent. A terrifying sharpness was gathering in the sword intent, as if it wanted to tear apart everything and kill everything. Soon, the God-sealing blood curse would disappear. The sword intent would be unsealed, and its sharpness would be released. When the time came, the second stage would begin. The second stage would not take place in the outer sanctum martial arts practice field. Instead, it would take place in the semi-empty space of the outer sanctum. To the Heaven Wasteland Palace, the semi-empty space was not a peerless treasure. It could only be considered a treasure. The semi-empty space of the outer sanctum was very large. It could easily accommodate more than 30,000 outer sanctum disciples. Apart from the outer sanctum disciples, there were also outer sanctum elders, inner sanctum elders, and a small number of inner sanctum disciples. There were even some true palace disciples who had come. After all, it was a grand competition that only took place once every 100 years. It was also a direct way to see the strength and potential of the outer sanctum disciples. Therefore, even the true palace elders and the third palace master had come. However, their positions were very high up in the semi-empty space of the outer sanctum. They looked down from above, and there seemed to be clouds in the middle, making it impossible for the people below to see them. Within the semi-empty space, there was a huge sword battle arena. Around the sword battle arena were seats. There were 4 rows in the east, west, north, and south. Each row had 250 seats. These were for the outer sanctum disciples in the second stage. As for the elders and the others, they naturally had their own seats. On the back of the seats there were numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and so on until 1,000. An outer sanctum elder floated above the sword battle arena. He held a roster in his hand and read out the names one by one, starting from the 1,000th place. The outer sanctum disciples whose names were read out walked out of the crowd and sat in the seats with the corresponding number. One by one, the outer sanctum disciples walked out of the crowd and walked to the seats with the corresponding number. Soon, the northern seats were filled with people, and the southern seats were also occupied. 223rd place, Chu Mu. The outer sanctum elder announced loudly. Chu Mu walked out of the crowd and walked to the eastern seat. He found the corresponding seat and sat down. So it's him. Under the situation where his sword essence and ultimacy are permanently sealed, he can still enter the second stage and obtain the 223rd place. His luck is not bad. In the sky, where the true palace disciples were seated, the hook-nosed male swordsman surnamed He, whom Chu Mu had met when he was first brought into the heaven wasteland earth palace by Renduxing, revealed a hint of surprise on his gloomy face. Renduxing was also there, but he did not speak. His face was calm as he looked at Chu Mu, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Senior Brother Ren's vision is always right. This boy has some strength, and of course, his luck is also very good, Swordsmanly also said with a smile, but his tone was a little strange. The other true palace disciples seemed to know that Swordsmanly and Swordsman he were targeting Renduxing, so they did not interrupt. However, because of their discussion, they also noticed Chu Mu. I heard that there was a disciple whose sword essence and ultimacy are permanently sealed in the outer sanctum. So it's him. He's really tough. Under the situation where his sword essence and ultimacy are permanently sealed, he still hasn't given up on himself. If his sword essence and ultimacy are not sealed, such a person will definitely have great achievements in the future. He has already been crippled. If he doesn't give up, it's useless no matter how tough he is. At the top, where the third palace master and the elders of the true palace were, they were all a little surprised. Obviously, they still had some impression of Chu Mu. After all, Chu Mu was one of the few inheritors of the Tianhuang sword token. At the same time, his sword essence and ultimacy were permanently sealed by the god-sealing blood curse of the god of Underworld clan. In their opinion, after becoming an outer sanctum disciple, Chu Mu should have declined and disappeared from the crowd. They did not expect that he would enter the second stage and obtain a good ranking. Strictly speaking, the 223rd place was not a good ranking, but for a swordsman who could not use sword essence and ultimacy, it was extremely difficult. Although they were surprised, the third palace master and the elders of the true palace did not think that Chu Mu could achieve anything. Perhaps he would be defeated in the first round of the second stage. Humph, he's just lucky. Without sword essence and ultimacy, he can only struggle in the outer sanctum for the rest of his life. He's nothing. As a nominal disciple of the elders of the true palace, Lu Xingqing was qualified to enter here and stand with some other inner sanctum disciples. He was surprised that Chu Mu had entered the second stage, but at the same time, he felt that it was only natural. He was very unhappy. But no matter what, Chu Mu had entered the second stage. It was a fact that could not be changed. Chapter 807. There were many people paying attention to Chu Mu, but there were even more people paying attention to the top 10. Nan Wu to Gao Wang were already very powerful among the outer palace disciples. Each of them had at least reached the 6th turn in sword essence ultimacy and had mastered the 99 forms of the Sky Desolation sword art. In other words, they had reached the extreme entry level in terms of power control. Therefore, they were already in the top 10 of the Outer Palace disciples before the Centennial Outer Palace tournament began. Nan Wu, who was the last to be called, slowly walked onto the arena and walked towards the number 1 seat. His face was expressionless, as if he was a high and mighty king. Everything had to give him a way out. There was no doubt that the champions of the Centennial Outer Palace tournament would be the top 10, or 3 of the top 3. Nan Wu, Qi Xiao, and Ben Hu. After the Outer Palace elder finished reading the names, he announced that the second stage of the Centennial Outer Palace tournament had officially begun. The world of sword artists could be very complicated, but it could also be very simple. For a competition like this, it would be very grand, but it would definitely not be complicated, and there would be a lot of opening remarks because that would be nonsense and no one would like it. The main point would be the battles between the participating disciples, which would be the most exciting and attractive. When the second stage began, the outer palace elder left and 2 inner palace elders flew onto the arena. They were the referees and were also responsible for safety issues. They were to prevent the disciples from suddenly losing control of their power during the battle and possibly killing their opponent. The inner palace elders were all powerful experts at the level of the sword of Gojoseon. They had enough strength to prevent unnecessary death. As the first place of the first stage, Nan Wu had the priority to choose. He could choose one of the 999 disciples to be his opponent. As the number 1 disciple of the outer palace, Nan Wushuang's eyes were calm as he glanced at the disciples. Their expressions changed and their bodies tensed up. None of them wanted to be chosen because they knew they were no match for Nan Wushuang. Number 1000. Nan Wu said casually. The expression of the 1000th outer palace disciple suddenly changed. His face was dejected and he looked listless, like a frosted eggplant. I admit defeat. The 1000th disciple raised his hand and said. Admitting defeat was fine. In the face of Namo's challenge, it wasn't shameful at all for him to choose to admit defeat. He knew he wasn't a match for Namo, and he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single sword strike. If he insisted on fighting, not only would that be a waste of other people's time, but it would also be a setback for him. Nan Wu needed to make a move to win, and then it was the second place Qi Zhao's turn. 900th. Qi Zhao didn't even look at the crowd. Her words made the 900th disciple's face fall. He raised his hand and said, I admit defeat. Tiger, who was in 3rd place, also casually called out a number, and his opponent immediately admitted defeat. 5th place was Duan Yulong. Chu Mu recognized him. He was the one who had been defeated by Chu Mu in swordsmanship. Chu Mu did not expect him to be 5th place, which was somewhat out of his expectations. Duan Yulong also recognized Chu Mu. He smiled at Chu Mu and transmitted his voice through sword qi. Our battle will be left for later. I hope you can persevere. As you wish. Chu Mu replied. One by one, it was Nie Yunjie's turn. Nie Yunjie was the one who had used his full strength to defeat Chu Mu with a single sword strike. He also saw Chu Mu, but a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He looked at the others and chose someone else. Soon, the top 10 disciples finished calling out their numbers and admitted defeat one by one. In fact, this was not considered bullying the weak. To them, the most important thing was to eliminate the weak as soon as possible and leave only the strong ones for a good battle. That was the most important thing. The top 10 disciples were the most powerful among the outer palace disciples. Although it was impossible to judge their strength, there was no doubt that they were stronger than the other disciples. Most of the top 100 disciples relied on their strength. A few of them were lucky. Of course, there might be hidden experts outside the top 100. You only have one chance to use your sword. The 70th disciple said coldly to his opponent. His opponent was ranked 950th. His opponent shouted and pulled out his sword. He jumped up and slashed at his opponent as if he was going to split the world in front of him. You're defeated. The 70th disciple shouted. Seeing the opportunity, he flicked his sword. The sword light flashed in the air, and there was no sound of metal clashing. His opponent was blown away, and he was defeated. It was the 71st disciple's turn to choose his opponent. From this, it could be seen that the priority of choosing was important, especially for the weaker swordsmen. With priority, they could choose a weaker opponent, win, and move on. However, it was difficult for the weaker swordsmen to get a good ranking in the first round. Strength was always a must. I choose the 888th disciple. The 100th disciple pointed at his opponent and said, "You chose the wrong person." The 888th disciple stood up and walked to the center of the arena. "I hope you can still be so confident after being defeated by me." The 100th disciple sneered. Both of them pulled out their swords. In an instant they rushed towards each other. The sword light was either straight or curved like a crescent moon. They crossed each other in an instant. The two figures were 2 meters apart. They stood with their backs facing each other. Suddenly, the 100th disciple's face twitched. He looked like he was in pain. His sword fell to the ground. His fingers were bent. He looked like he was in great pain. The 100th disciple was defeated by the 888th disciple in one strike. The huge difference was beyond everyone's expectations. The seats of the two sides also changed. They swapped places. In an instant, the two sides crossed each other. Chumu and some other people saw it clearly. The 888th disciple's sword directly slashed the back of the 100th disciple's hand. It showed his superb swordsmanship and rich battle experience. He wasn't a dark horse. He was just the first example that surprised everyone. Thus, his name was known by everyone, Tu Jinghong. The competition didn't stop because of this. The challenges continued. Tu Jinghong's example made the participating disciples even more vigilant. Their rankings were outside the top 100. Perhaps there were many people who were stronger than them among those ranked lower than them. They had to be cautious. However, it was safer to choose those who were ranked lower. Tu Jinghong was an extremely rare example. Soon it was Chu Mu's turn. At this time, the 800th disciple to the 1000th disciple had been chosen. He could only choose others. The 600th disciple. Chu Mu didn't think too much and said directly. Because he didn't know these people, he didn't know how strong they were. Even if he observed carefully, he couldn't see anything in such a situation. It was better to rely on his intuition. Your position will be mine. The 600th disciple seemed to be very confident in his strength. He strode over, drew his sword, and pointed it at Chu Mu. Please. Chu Mu only said one word. Take my sword. The other party shouted loudly. His sword was like a clap of thunder, tearing through the air like a bolt of lightning. The sword light was swift and fierce, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. As soon as he made his move, it was a powerful sword strike, swift and powerful. Chu Mu's pupils trembled. The trajectory of the opponent's sword clearly appeared in his eyes, reflecting a lightning-like light. Chu Mu took a step forward and his body naturally slid forward. The standard desolate sword was unsheathed and drew a perfect arc, cutting into the opponent's sword light and slashing at the opponent's abdomen. With a bang, the 600th disciple suddenly bent over. His mouth opened, saliva spurted out, and his eyes bulged. He couldn't hold his sword and fell to the ground. This boy's swordsmanship, sharp and concise, well practiced. Such swordsmanship is no small matter. What a pity! His voice was filled with regret. His swordsmanship is good. Unfortunately, this is all he can do. Sheathing his sword, Chu Mu turned and walked to his seat. He had won the first round of the competition and would enter the second round. Your swordsmanship is still as sharp as ever. Duan Yulong's sword qi transmitted. There was a trace of fighting spirit in his voice. I hope you can continue to win until you have a battle with me. If you don't challenge me now, you might regret it later. Chu Mu replied jokingly. Duan Yulong smiled and did not answer. Chu Mu spoke the truth. Right now, his sword intent still hadn't been unsealed. Although his strength wasn't weak amongst the 1,000 participating disciples, he couldn't compare to the top 10. Not to mention the top 10, even the top 30 could defeat the current Chu Mu. But if his sword intent was unsealed, Chu Mu's strength would improve by leaps and bounds, and he would be even more powerful. At that time, even Chu Mu himself could not be sure. He only vaguely knew that he might be able to compete with the top 10. The competition continued. Soon, it was the 500th disciple's turn to make his choice. He only had one opponent left, the 501st disciple. The two were very close in ranking, and there was only one Scarlet Baron star between them. The strength of these two people was not bad, but they were not particularly strong, and there was not much difference between them. Therefore, the battle lasted for a full 15 minutes. It was like a raging fire, and it was extremely intense. In the end, the 500th participating disciple defeated his opponent and maintained his ranking. But it was not over yet. Next, it was the 501st disciple's turn to make his choice. There was a problem. He could only choose a disciple who had not been challenged. In other words, he could only choose the top 500 disciples except Tu Jinghong. This was the rule of the competition. Initiating a challenge and being challenged were two different things. In each round, any disciple had the right to initiate a challenge and be challenged. After thinking for a while, the 501st disciple chose his old opponent, the 500th disciple. Chapter 808. The battles continued. For the disciples ranked in the bottom 500, it was very troublesome and difficult to take the initiative to issue challenges because they could only challenge disciples ranked in the top 500. Therefore, they could only rely on the previous battles and some understanding to make judgments and try to choose opponents who were weaker than them. However, in most cases it was not satisfactory. However, there were still some cases where they won and successfully exchanged places with their opponent. According to the rules of the competition, the disciples who were challenged and who lost the initiative to challenge were directly eliminated. After the first round, as many as 360 disciples were eliminated. In other words, there were a total of 640 disciples in the second round. Chu Mu's ranking did not change. He was still ranked 223. There was no rest time. After the first round, the second round began directly. Starting from the first place, Nan Wu, the disciples chose their opponent. Suddenly, most of the disciples became nervous and subconsciously clenched their hand. There were also a few disciples who looked at Nan Wu with hopeful eyes, as if they wanted to fight with him. Nan Wu ignored everyone's gaze and said casually, "Number 600. I admit defeat." Number 600 trembled and then smiled bitterly. He raised his hand. He could only admit that he was unlucky to be chosen. He did not want to fight with Nan Wu. The gap between them was too big. They were not at the same level at all. It was just asking for a beating. It was expected that he would admit defeat. No one thought it was unexpected. It would be strange if the number 600 disciple dared to fight. Qi Xiao, who was ranked second, chose his opponent casually and aggressively. His opponent also directly admitted defeat. Little kittens and puppies. The top 10 participating disciples had no interest in fighting at all. Not even the slightest interest. The opponents they challenged were all at the bottom. One by one, they took the initiative to admit defeat to avoid embarrassing themselves. Chu Mu was ranked 223, which was above average. No one would easily challenge him. Moreover, everyone had seen Chu Mu's previous two battles. He defeated his opponents with concise and sharp sword moves and showed extraordinary strength. Without absolute confidence, no one would choose Chu Mu as their opponent. Tu Jinghong, who was ranked 100th, chose the disciple ranked 380th as his opponent. In just 3 moves, Tu Jinghong defeated his opponent, shocking everyone. Tu Jinghong could be considered a dark horse. Other than Tu Jinghong, there was another person who caught Chu Mu's attention. His name was Luo Qiushui. His name was feminine, but he was a man. He looked gentle and beautiful. If one was not careful, one might even mistake him for a beauty. Luo Qiushui rarely spoke. As soon as he got on the stage, the sword light was gentle like the flowing autumn water. He countered every move and defeated his opponent in about 10 moves. There were 2 battles in the first round. In the first battle of the second round, Luo Qiushui defeated his opponent with only 10 sword. In the eyes of most people, Luo Qiushui was not strong. However, in the eyes of a few people, Luo Qiushui was very strong. He was even stronger than Tu Jinghong. It was just that he seemed to be hiding most of his strength. Even so, people like Chu Mu could see how extraordinary Luo Qiushui was from his actions. Tu Jinghong, Luo Qiushui, two dark horses. Tu Jinghong was ranked 100th, while Luo Qiushui was ranked 213th. It was Chu Mu's turn to choose his opponent. Chu Mu chose the disciple ranked 476. As soon as Chu Mu's opponent came up, he unsheathed his sword and unleashed his full strength. He launched a fierce attack, trying to defeat Chu Mu quickly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 3 sword light appeared almost at the same time, stabbing towards Chu Mu's upper, middle, and lower positions. They were as fast as flowing light. It was a sword technique based on the Sky Desolation sword art. The sword that stabbed towards Chu Mu's middle had the first stage sword essence and ultimacy of the first stage sword art. It was very powerful. If the opponent's sword intent and profound could reach the 4th rank, his control of strength could reach a deeper level, and his mastery of the Sky Desolation sword technique could increase by another 2 or 3 levels. These 3 swords might be able to threaten Chu Mu. It was a pity that the opponent's strength was too weak. In the eyes of some disciples, the opponent's 3 swords were extremely fast and fierce. They had locked onto Chu Mu's upper, middle, and lower positions, making it impossible for him to dodge. But in the eyes of a truly brilliant person, the flaws of these 3 swords were obvious. Especially when Chu Mu looked at them, not only did he see the trajectory of the 3 swords clearly, but he also saw how many flaws there were in Chu Mu's eyes. His body did not move and his feet did not move. The moment the 3-sword light approached him, Chu Mu's sword was unsheathed. A perfect arc of light jumped out, and the sword shot out of the scabbard towards the opponent. Chu Mu's sword flew through the gaps between the 3-sword light. The 3 swords were his strongest work. He thought that with these 3 swords, even if he could not defeat Chu Mu directly, he would be able to cause some trouble for Chu Mu. He did not expect that Chu Mu would actually ignore his attack. He did not dodge or evade, and instantly counterattacked. His sword went through the gaps, straight for the opponent's throat. Even if it was an unsharpened sword, it could still cause injuries to the throat. It could even cut open the throat. Shocked, the opponent quickly retracted his sword and retreated. Seeing that he was able to retract and release his sword freely, his basic skills were also very solid. His footsteps intertwined as he retreated rapidly, causing Chu Mu's sword to miss. Before he could counterattack, Chu Mu twisted his wrist, and the sword that he had slashed out was thrust forward. It tore open the protective sword aura, and as fast as lightning, it was pressed against the opponent's throat. The cold chill made the pores on his neck open, and his hair stand on end. "You win." The opponent's throat moved with difficulty, and he said with a dry mouth. Chu Mu kept his ranking. The competition continued. The 320th disciple chose his opponent, and the battle ended. When it was the 321st disciple's turn, he could only choose one of the 320 disciples in front of him to fight. The lower the ranking of the disciples, the more disadvantageous their situation was. This was because they could only choose stronger opponents, such as Nan Wu. After the selection, they had to admit defeat and avoid fighting. Then, they were eliminated. The opponent that challenged Chu Mu was also defeated by Chu Mu's sword. The second round ended, and as many as 240 disciples had been eliminated. There were still 400 disciples who had entered the third round. The first 2 rounds had already taken a day, so the third round would be held tomorrow. After the competition ended, Chu Mu quickly returned to his room to cultivate. He used his mind to attack the God-sealing blood curse on his sword intent. There was only a very thin layer left. If he continued, he would be able to break it completely, and his sword intent would be unsealed. For the entire night, Chu Mu used his mind to attack the God-sealing blood curse on his sword intent. It wasn't until dawn that he recovered his mind. After he recovered, he immediately left his room and rushed to the outer palace. The third round of the competition was about to begin. There were only 400 seats left. There were also 400 disciples who had entered the third round. Chu Mu's ranking was still 223, and he was now in the lower middle of the rankings. The disciples who were able to enter the third round were not weak. At least, their sword intent and profound had reached the third rank. Their comprehension of power control had also reached the advanced level. Their mastery of the sky desolation sword art was quite profound, and they all had their own trump cards. Chu Mu didn't stand out as much among them. When the third round began, Nan Wu, who was in first place, chose his opponent first. The disciple that he chose directly admitted defeat. He planned to choose a weaker opponent in the second half of the third round to defeat and enter the fourth round. Now that the competition had entered the third round, they had to be careful. The disciples who chose first basically chose those who were ranked at the bottom and were weaker. I choose number 223. Disciple number 177 thought for a while and said. He knew a little about Chu Mu and had seen Chu Mu's 4 battles. He knew that Chu Mu's sword art was exquisite and above his own. But so what? Sword art was only a part of the strength of a swordsman. There were other factors such as cultivation, sword intent, profound, and so on. Chu Mu's sword intent and profound had been permanently sealed. This was something that almost everyone in the outer palace knew. In the previous battles, Chu Mu did not use any sword intent or profound. With his sword origin cultivation of the complete astral realm, 4th rank sword intent and profound of wind, as well as his advanced level of power control and the sky desolation sword art, it should be enough to defeat him. It was expected that he would be chosen. Chu Mu stood up and left his seat. He strode to the center of the arena. This little guy was able to enter the third round. His strength is indeed not bad. I wonder if he can defeat his opponent and enter the fourth round? What a pity. Such a genius was sealed by the underworld god clan's god-sealing blood curse. If he wasn't a true genius, the underworld god clan wouldn't have spent so much effort to use the god-sealing blood curse against him. No one has ever broken the god-sealing blood curse. In this lifetime, he can only stop here. In the end, he will never be able to enter the true world of swordsmen. The third palace master and the elders of the true palace had all kinds of comments about Chu Mu. Lu Xingqing was very jealous. Chu Mu had not been eliminated as he had expected. Instead, he had entered the third round. Don't blame me for choosing you, disciple number 177 said to Chu Mu. Please, Chu Mu said lightly. The sword light shot out and tore through the air. In an instant it enlarged in front of Chu Mu's eyes. Before Chu Mu could react, the sword light suddenly trembled. It instantly split into a dozen rays and enveloped Chu Mu's entire body. It was as if they were attacking all parts of his body at the same time. The first move was a powerful sword move. He did not intend to stall for time. A tyrannical aura rushed over. The sharp and shocking 4th rank sword intent merged with the 4th rank profound of wind. It was extremely fast, and the sound of a storm was heard. The sword intent pierced through everything. Chu Mu had no choice but to be cautious. Chapter 809. The strength of his opponent immediately brought great pressure to Chu Mu. In an instant, Chu Mu saw the flaws in his opponent's sword moves, but he was unable to counterattack because his opponent was too fast. Moreover, there was a strange force that connected with each sword move, making the power of each sword move seem to be one. If Chu Mu had enough strength, he would be able to strike the moment he discovered the flaws and defeat his opponent in one strike. However, he was helpless. The disadvantage of not being able to use sword intent and profound was finally revealed. Using the flying swan illusory steps, his body was like a wisp of smoke, like a swan. It seemed real and illusory, like a dream. He seemed to be advancing, but he was actually retreating. In the eyes of others, Chu Mu was like a moth darting into a flame as he charged towards number 177's sword light. It seemed like he was committing suicide, but in reality, Chu Mu was rapidly retreating, pulling away from his opponent. The changes in that instant were extremely fast. More than a dozen sword lights split apart and pierced through Chu Mu's figure, shattering it and disappearing. Only then did the crowd realize that it was just an afterimage. What a brilliant footwork! Apart from his outstanding swordsmanship, Chu Mu's footwork is also brilliant. It's a pity that his sword intent and profound have been sealed. No matter how amazing or outstanding Chu Mu's performance was, in the eyes of the third palace master and the true palace elder, there was only pity and regret. A swordsman relied on sword intent as the primary and profound as the secondary. Only then could a swordsman display their strength to the fullest. Without sword intent and profound, only sword origin and physical strength, there would be flaws. With flaws, there would be no way to become stronger and reach the peak of the way of the sword. Disciple number 177's expression did not change after his sword missed. He stamped his foot on the ground and leapt into the air. He sheathed his sword at his waist and shot towards Chu Mu like an arrow piercing through the air. His expression was cold. He had already been an outer palace disciple for 8 or 9 years, and he would often head out to gain experience. He would battle with desolate beasts and people, and he had walked on the brink of death countless times. He had developed a tenacious mind and will, and he was already able to calmly face everything. The swift and fierce aura hit his face as if he was riding the wind and breaking the waves. The wind Upanishad blended into his body, and he moved in a straight line, splitting the air to the left and right. His speed increased, and he arrived in front of Chu Mu in just a blink. The sword light seemed to have been unsheathed once again as it slashed out in a perfect arc. It cut through the space in front of it like a crescent moon. Chu Mu could tell at a glance that the first 5 moves of the Heavenly Desolation's sword art had been integrated into this move. It was very powerful, especially under the amplification of sword essence and wind ultimacy. This move seemed to be able to cut open a mountain. The dazzling sword light immediately attracted the attention of countless people. The sharp and dreamy sword light was like a crescent moon as it shot towards Chu Mu. He's about to lose. Lu Xingqing couldn't help but secretly rejoice. It seems like he can only walk up to here. Many elders guessed. The crescent moon-like sword light rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes, and it filled his eyes. The terrifying sword aura came crushing down, cutting through everything. It had the swiftness of the wind and the sharpness of sword essence. Chu Mu had many ways to counterattack, but he couldn't use any of them. This was because the absolute difference in strength made him unable to grasp the opportunity even though he could see it. The change happened in an instant. Chu Mu wasn't anxious at all. He was very patient as he used the Flying Swan illusory steps to dodge again. Ever since the Flying Swan illusory steps was created by Chu Mu, it had been improved time and time again, reaching perfection and surpassing perfection. Although the name was the same, its essence had been improved by many levels. The miraculous Flying Swan illusory steps were like a dream, real and fake, illusory and real. It only took a split second for Chu Mu to dodge his opponent's sharp sword light once again, and his afterimage was shattered. His opponent didn't give up and continued to attack. The profound of wind merged with his body, and his entire body seemed to transform into a gust of wind that blew towards Chu Mu. Whistling sounds rang out, and following that, streams of cyan qi visible to the naked eye appeared in the surroundings, converging from all directions and rushing towards Chu Mu. Those cyan qi streams were like spiritual snakes, coiling around Chu Mu like ropes, as if they wanted to bind Chu Mu. Chu Mu's expression was calm. His movement technique changed, and his body followed suit. He avoided the cyan qi streams one by one, and those he couldn't avoid, He used his sword light to shatter them. The cyan chi streams contained traces of the profound of wind. They weren't very powerful, and their purpose was to restrict Chu Mu's movements, creating a better opportunity for himself to attack. Although Chu Mu managed to dodge and shatter the cyan chi streams, Chu Mu's agility was also affected. This allowed participant number 177 to seize the opportunity. Riding on the wind, he swung his sword rapidly. In an instant, more than 10 slashes were sent out, creating a violent storm. Heaven and earth were boundless, and the hurricane roared. A cyan light flickered in the eyes of participant number 177. Like a ghost, he appeared behind Chu Mu, as if he had rushed out from the wind, bringing with him waves of cyan chi streams. Another stab was sent out. Sword light exploded into more than 10 rays, enveloping Chu Mu's back. It was a pincer attack, and cyan chi streams coiled around Chu Mu's left and right in an attempt to bind Chu Mu, causing him to fall into a predicament. The hurricane-like sword light and the exploding sword light attacked Chu Mu from the front and back. The elders of the inner palace were watching closely. Once Chu Mu was in danger, they would have to intervene and save Chu Mu. Of course, that would also mean that Chu Mu would lose. In an instant, countless people's gazes were attracted. Chu Mu's body was instantly hit and torn into pieces. Under the collision of the hurricane and the sword light, they exploded into smoke. However, the elders of the inner palace didn't move, because Chu Mu appeared in the air like an eagle that had broken out of its cage. His body turned upside down and fell down. His sword was sheathed again, and his speed exploded to the extreme. In an instant, a sword light shot out from the scabbard, causing everyone to feel dazzled. It was as if 5 Chu Mu had simultaneously appeared beside the competing disciple number 177. Some were high, some were low, and all of them attacked from different directions and angles. Sword after sword, attack after attack. It is indeed exquisite. Unfortunately, it doesn't have enough power. Participant number 177 was shocked and revealed a cold smile. Chu Mu's counterattack was perfectly timed. He couldn't dodge and could only take it head-on. Fortunately, Chu Mu's every sword attack wasn't powerful enough. Without sword intent and profound power, he could completely block it. As his body turned, he quickly sent out 5 sword attacks. Each sword attack emitted an extremely strong power, shattering Chu Mu's attack and the 5 figures. Not good. Participant number 177's heart skipped a beat. He thought that one of the 5 figures must be the real body, but now he realized that the 5 figures were all illusions. Where was the real body? Just as this question popped up in his mind, the green smoke in front of him gradually dissipated, revealing a figure. That figure was in a posture. He stood with his feet as wide as his shoulders, like a towering mountain that had existed since time immemorial. He held his sword high, as if it was connected to the sky. His eyes emitted a shocking cold light. A huge and pure sword pressure was released, enveloping the surroundings. It instantly gathered and turned into an illusionary sword, slashing down from above. The terrifying sword pressure stunned participant number 177. Chu Mu's sword had already slashed down. It was a sword that could split heaven and earth. There was no way to dodge it. Its speed was so fast that even blocking it became difficult. He has merged the first 20 moves of the Sky Desolation sword art into one. He has only learned the Sky Desolation sword art for a little more than a year, but he has already practiced it to such a level. The sword that was formed by merging the first 20 moves of the Sky Desolation sword art was extremely powerful. It did not have sword intent or profound meaning, but it still released an astonishing sharpness. Threads of pure transparent sword radiance flickered in front of the sword, slicing through the void in front of it, eliminating resistance and increasing its speed. He reluctantly raised his sword and used all his strength to block it. Participant number 177's expression became somewhat ferocious. Chu Mu's sword slashed down like a crescent moon crashing into the ground. The extreme mountain quaking force was activated. There was an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. Countless sparks were as bright as fireworks. Under the influence of the mountain quaking force, all of them shot toward participant number 177. The sky desolation sword essence, the extreme mountain quaking force, the power of the sword art, and the impact of the spiritual will condensed into one, turning into an unstoppable torrent of power that rushed out. Participant number 177 only felt that his spiritual world was being attacked. The impact was instantly shattered by his spiritual will and sword intent, but it also distracted him for a moment. The power that he had condensed could not help but loosen, and then it was disintegrated under Chu Mu's sword. The irresistible impact of the violent power made him unable to hold the sword in his hand, and it flew out of his hand. His chest felt as if it had been hit by a giant hammer, and he felt a dull pain. He groaned and could not help but take 5 or 6 steps back, a wisp of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His face alternated between green and white, as if he could not accept the reality in front of him. There was absolute silence all around. No one had expected the outcome to be like this. Without using sword intent or profound, Chu Mu had actually defeated his opponent after an intense battle. Chu Mu's performance was too monstrous. The result was very clear. Under the eyes of everyone, Chu Mu had indeed won. No matter what happened, a win was a win. Chu Mu, who had won, did not mock his opponent. He only glanced at him indifferently, then turned and walked toward seat number 177. After defeating his opponent, this seat was his. As for the original participant number 177, he had fallen to seat number 223. Interesting. Qi Shirua looked at Chu Mu with interest and muttered. His swordsmanship is not bad, his combat skills are exquisite, and his grasp of the timing of the battle is perfect. Unfortunately, he does not have enough power, sword intent, or profound meaning. Everything is fake, Ben Tiger said. Nan Wu seemed to be in a daze. He had been like this since the beginning, and he did not seem to care at all. That was because there were no worthy opponents for him to pay attention to. The competition continued, and it was the turn of number 178. Lu Xingqing was not in the mood to watch. Instead, he stared fiercely at Chu Mu, feeling disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Chapter 8:10. Not only did Chu Mu's ranking move up a lot, but no one dared to underestimate him. Without sword intent or profound, he was able to defeat an opponent who had reached the 4th revolution in sword intent and profound, whose control of power had reached the advanced stage, and whose mastery of the sky desolation sword technique had also reached a profound level. Some people even imagined that if Chu Mu could use sword intent and profound, how powerful would he be? It made people exclaim in admiration, jealous, and even more regretful. Such a genius, such a monstrous talent, was destroyed just like that. It was really a pity, the competition continued. As Chu Mu defeated his opponent, he stepped into the 177th seat. The following battles had nothing to do with him. As for the disciple he defeated, his seat became the 223rd seat. When it was his turn, he had to choose another opponent to battle. If he won, he would advance to the 4th round. If he lost, he would be eliminated in the 3rd round. It was so simple and cruel. Simply put, as long as he could win once in each round, he would not be eliminated. The disciple who was defeated by Chu Mu was indeed not weak. In the second half of the 3rd round, his opponent was obviously not as strong as him. After a fierce battle, his opponent was defeated by his sword. This allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief and advance to the 4th round. His ranking also rose from the 223rd seat to the 198th seat. The 3rd round of the competition ended. Without any rest, the the fourth round of the competition immediately began. In the third round of the competition, 130 disciples were eliminated at once. There were 270 disciples left. The vacant seats were taken away, leaving 270 seats scattered around the arena. The fourth round of the competition was also divided into two parts. The first 135 disciples would advance to the first part, while the last 135 disciples would advance to the second part. Chu Mu's ranking meant that he was in the second part of the competition. Apart from Chu Mu, the disciples who were able to advance to the fourth round of the competition had all reached the fourth revolution in sword intent and profound. Their control of power was at least at the advanced stage, and many of them had also reached the advanced stage. Their mastery of the sky desolation sword technique had also reached a very profound level. Their overall strength was very strong. Unless the gap between them was extremely large, it was almost impossible to defeat the opponent with one sword strike. It was conceivable that there would be a lot of exciting and intense battles. In the first match of the fourth round, Namo was still the first to make his choice. "Number 200, Nan Wu said casually, as if he was still in a trance. The entire body of the number 200 participating disciple shook, and his expression froze. A wisp of hesitation and a trace of struggle flashed on his face before he stood up and walked towards the center of the arena with large strides. His sword intent and profound had both reached the fourth revolution. Even though Nan Wu was powerful, he had yet to make a move. Even though he knew that he was no match for him, he did not think that he would be defeated so easily. To be able to cultivate to his current level, his will was very firm. He would definitely not admit defeat easily. The fact that the 200 contestants didn't admit defeat immediately made the audience excited. They all stared at Nan Wu. Nan Wu was a little surprised, but he didn't show it. He stood up and took a step forward. As if he was weightless, he silently floated in front of the 200 participants. Nan Wu's temperament was very unique. It gave people a feeling that he didn't exist. If they didn't look at him carefully, they would ignore him at once. But in the blink of an eye, his temperament changed dramatically. It was as if he had come from the void, bursting out an amazing invisible aura. He immediately became the center of the world and the focus of everyone's attention. From no sense of existence to a strong sense of existence in an instant, the sharp contrast made people feel surprised. At the same time, it also made his opponent, the 200 participants, tremble all over, as if his heart had been hit by a strong impact. With a clang, he unsheathed his sword. Sword light swayed as cold as ice. The momentum of the 200 participants became fierce. With the sword in hand, the sword intent burst out, and all the negative emotions were destroyed. An astonishing fourth revolution sword intent soared into the sky, and the profound meaning of thunder evolved into countless lightning arcs that crazily danced around his body, causing the fighting spirit of the 200 participating disciples to soar to the sky, as if he was a mighty and domineering god of thunder. Nan Wu didn't care at all. He just looked at his opponent with an indifferent look. If one looked carefully, they would find that Nan Wu's eyes were unfocused. In other words, he didn't care about his opponent at all, or even ignored him. As if sensing the other party's disregard, the 200 participating disciples were enraged. "Even if you are stronger than me, you can't ignore me like this." Their bodies trembled and all their strength surged. An earth-shattering sword pierced through the sky. In a breath's time, there were dozens of transformations. In the end, it turned into a bolt of lightning that tore through the sky, as if it was raging thunder. In the face of such a powerful sword light, Nan Wu still didn't react. When the thunderous sword light arrived in front of him, his left hand holding the sword shook as if it had never moved. The thunderous sword light shattered in an instant, and the 200 participants were sent flying backward, as if their heads had been hit by a strong force. In just a moment, Nan Wu had won. What a terrifying strength! Nan Wu's strength is even more amazing than 2 years ago. He didn't even pull out his sword. He just shook his hand and defeated his opponent? This kid is very strong. Even this old man is tempted. The third elder of the true palace said slowly. Chu Mu's expression was a bit dignified. Nan Wu's attack didn't seem fast, but it was hard to see clearly. Even with his extraordinary eyesight, he could only see a blurry scene. Of course, this was also related to the fact that his sword intent esoteric star was sealed, which greatly reduced his five senses. But no matter what, Nan Wu was worthy of Chu Mu's attention. He had to pay attention to him, because he might become Chu Mu's opponent in the future. Strong, very strong. Many people, such as Qi Xiao and Ben Hu, had a strong fighting spirit in their eyes. Nan Wu floated back to the first seat and sat down. He continued to be in a daze. Perhaps only a strong opponent could attract his attention. Qi Xiao also chose an opponent. The opponent didn't admit defeat. After entering the arena, Qi Xiao sent him flying with a palm strike in an absolutely domineering manner. Ben Hu's attack was also domineering. However, his domineering aura was different from Qi Xiao's demonic aura. He was more like a ferocious tiger roaring in the forest. Duan Yulong glanced at Chu Mu and chose someone else. Nie Yunjie glanced at Chu Mu. His gaze paused for a moment, but he also chose someone else. Chu Mu's performance was indeed good, and somewhat unexpected. However, Nie Yunjie had defeated Chu Mu with a single strike before. The arrogant him disdained to choose Chu Mu. Moreover, with his strength, as long as his opponent wasn't in the top 10, it wouldn't be difficult for him to win. After Nie Yunjie easily defeated his opponent, it was Gao Wang's turn. Gao Wang glanced around and finally looked at Chu Mu's face. A frivolous smile appeared on his face. I choose number 177. The people who were paying attention to Chu Mu all exclaimed in a low voice. This time, Chu Mu is definitely going to lose. Gao Wang is not an ordinary swordsman. He is extremely powerful. Chu Mu is going to lose. No one was optimistic about Chu Mu's chances, because Gao Wang's strength was publicly acknowledged. Seems like this little guy's battle is going to end here. Fourth round. At most, he can last until the fifth round. Because even if Chu Mu lost to Gao Wang, he still had one more chance to challenge. Being chosen by Gao Wang, Chu Mu was also a little surprised. However, he wasn't afraid. With a change of thought, Chu Mu stood up and walked towards the center of the arena. I'll let you have 3 strikes so that you won't say that I bullied you. Gao Wang looked at Chu Mu and smiled proudly. Chu Mu was never a person who relied on luck. He only believed in strength. His opponent's attitude was a little arrogant, but his strength was undeniable. Even if he hadn't fought yet, Chu Mu could still feel it. He drew his sword and waved it 3 times in the air. 3 swords have passed, Chu Mu said indifferently. He had his own pride, and that was his unyielding character. Interesting. The corner of Gao Wang's mouth revealed a frivolous smile. Since that's the case, I'll let you see my sword. As his voice faded, Gao Wang's sword shot out from the scabbard. His body followed the sword. The sword was like a meteor descending from the sky. It was extremely fast. The sword pressure was compressed into a point. It was incomparably sharp. It pierced through the void and shot towards Chu Mu. Immediately, Chu Mu felt as if his whole body was being pierced. This sword was too fast. It was so fast that it was hard to follow with one's eyes. It was also so fast that it exceeded Chu Mu's perception. Even if he released his mental remembrance and captured the trajectory, his body was unable to dodge in time. The sword pierced through the gap, aiming straight for the flaw. Gao Wang's sword style changed. Everything in front of him was dazzled. The flaw disappeared in an instant. A new flaw appeared and was discovered by Chu Mu. However, Chu Mu couldn't change his sword style any faster to counterattack. He could only withdraw and retreat. As soon as Gao Wang launched his attack, the sword light was endless. It was like an endless stream of water. However, Every sword contained a terrifying power. With a slight collision, Chu Mu felt that the sword in his hand almost flew out of his hand. His spiritual consciousness attack didn't have any effect on Gao Wang because Gao Wang's spiritual consciousness was very strong. It was only slightly weaker than Chu Mu's. Coupled with the sword intent, it was enough to directly destroy Chu Mu's spiritual consciousness attack in his spiritual world before it could take effect. Gao Wang's attack was like a storm, but also like a gurgling stream. It alternated and had a myriad of changes. Chu Mu could only keep retreating and blocking. The two swords collided again. A huge impact burst out and Chu Mu's body flew out. "You win," Chu Mu said faintly as Gao Wang was about to attack again. Sheathing his sword back in its scabbard, Chu Mu said faintly. "At least you know what's good for you." Gao Wang also sheathed his sword and smiled frivolously. Chu Mu's expression didn't change. He knew that he was no match for Gao Wang now. His purpose was only to see Gao Wang's swordsmanship and strength. That was all. The battle and the competition wasn't just to get a ranking. It was also to improve oneself because it was also a kind of experience. Chapter 8:11. On seat number 177, Chu Mu looked indifferent. If one looked closely, one would find that his eyes were out of focus, as if he was absent-minded. Some people thought that Chu Mu was discouraged by his failure. Only he knew that he was immersed in enlightenment of Gao Wang's continuous attacks. What Gao Wang used was not any other sword principle or sword skill, but the Sky Desolation sword principle. However, his attainments in the Sky Desolation sword principle were profound, and he had already mastered the 99 move. Moreover, he was able to fully exert the power of the move. The continuous attacks were like flowing water and like a passing storm. These were all applications of the Sky Desolation sword principle. Dispersing the 99 moves of the Heavenly Desolation sword principle and putting them back together, integrating his own understanding and mastery of the sword principle, sword essence and ultimacy, etc. Although Chu Mu had lost the battle with Gao Wang, he had gained a lot. At least his understanding and mastery of the Heavenly Desolation sword principle had deepened through enlightenment. The competition continued. Tu Jinghong showed great fighting strength. His sword was like a flash, extremely fast, and he defeated his opponent. Luo Qiushui's battle was the same as before. 10 moves, no more, no less. He defeated his opponent in 10 moves, neither too slow nor too fast. There seemed to be nothing special about it. However, the really smart people knew that Luo Qiushui's strength was definitely stronger than Tu Jinghong's. In the 4th round, there were only 270 participating disciples. Chu Mu's 177th place was rather far behind. After being challenged by Gao Wang and losing a match, Chu Mu still had another chance to challenge someone else. However, the target of the challenge could only be a disciple ranked in the top 135, including those ranked in the top 135. Those who were ranked ahead of Chu Mu had already chosen the weaker participants as their opponent. Basically, all the participants who were not ranked in the top 100 had been challenged. Chu Mu could only choose to challenge the top 100. This was a great test for Chu Mu. It was a test of vision, a test of luck, and a test of strength. After 3 rounds of the competition and entering the 4th round, the disciples who were able to remain in the top 100 were all very powerful. It seems that this time, Chu Mu will definitely lose. If he loses to Gao Wang once and loses again, he can only stop in the 4th round. That's already pretty good. You guys should know that he can't use sword intent or profound. Plus, his cultivation is only at the entry level of the origin realm. Under such circumstances, to be able to defeat his opponents one by one and enter the 4th round is already a great achievement. That's right. If there's even the slightest chance of breaking the God Seal blood curse, I really would be tempted to take him in as my last disciple. No one was optimistic about Chu Mu, even though Chu Mu had not chosen his opponent yet. Chu Mu wasn't in a hurry. His eyes slowly slid across Nan Wu's face. Some looked at Chu Mu, some closed their eyes to rest, and some showed disdain or provocation. Gao Wang smiled frivolously at Chu Mu with a hint of provocation. It was not impossible for Chu Mu to choose Gao Wang, but he would lose his chance and be eliminated. In the end, Chu Mu's gaze fell on the face of the 80th participant. "I choose number 80, Chu Mu said lightly. Number 80's eyes lit up. He suddenly stood up and walked over while laughing. "I just want to tell you that you've chosen the wrong person. You're not my opponent at all. Just admit your defeat." Number 80 walked to the center of the arena and faced Chu Mu. He was in high spirits and didn't take Chu Mu seriously at all. Chu Mu wasn't angered by his opponent's provocation. In fact, there was no need for him to be angry. Using strength to defeat his opponent was the best counterattack. The sword intent and profound displayed by number 80 had both reached the early 5th transformation. His control of strength had also reached the advanced level. The Sky Desolation sword art was almost at the 97th move. If he went one step further, he would reach the advanced level and his power would increase greatly. Number 80 was a powerful opponent. He had almost surpassed Chu Mu's limit under normal circumstances. If he was only at the 4th transformation or even the peak 4th transformation, Chu Mu would have a greater chance of winning. The difference between the early 5th transformation and the peak 4th transformation was still very obvious. However, among the opponents that Chu Mu could choose, their sword intent and profound had at least reached the 5th transformation. Number 80 was one of the weaker opponents he could challenge. "I won't hold back," Number 80 said. He pulled out his sword and a sharp light gushed out. With a flick of his wrist, 3 sword flowers bloomed like flowers, displaying the superb sword skills of Number 80. The 3 sword flowers were still blooming in midair when the 80 participating disciples' figure moved and he leapt into the air. Like a large ping soaring through the horizon, his sword was like a wing. As he waved it, he flew down and an extremely imposing aura instantly locked onto Chu Mu. The sword was like an eagle soaring in the sky. It was extremely sharp and sharp. The sword intent and profound of metal swallowed and spat out. They formed a sword light that shot out and shattered the air. The strongest sword was difficult to block. Just the aura alone was enough to suffocate Chu Mu. Chu Mu had dozens of ways to deal with this sword. However, due to his lack of strength, he was unable to use them. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Mu immediately used Burning Blood transformation. Essence blood gathered and collided with each other to ignite. The tyrannical and terrifying energy was like a flash flood that engulfed his entire body. Slivers of faint blood-colored flames spewed out of his body and swayed around his body, causing Chu Mu to look extremely demonic. Deshang's Burning Blood transformation immediately doubled his strength. It was an all-around increase. His senses also became sharper. Without wasting any time, Chu Mu unsheathed his sword. The sharpest sword, the strongest sword, combined with the first 25 moves of the Sky Desolation sword art, turned into a peerless sharpness that could cut through heaven and earth. Everything was completed in an instant. It was as if the potential of life had been stimulated. It was the strongest sword that Chu Mu could achieve now. The strongest sword could only win and not lose. The Sky Desolation sword origin, the power of the Sky Desolation sword body, the extreme mountain quaking energy, the power of Deshang's Burning Blood transformation, the impact of spiritual will, the indomitable will to win, and the first 25 moves of the Sky Desolation sword art were all combined into this sword. It was extremely stunning and incomparable. It could not be described with words. Some people directly stood up. Everyone was attracted by Chu Mu's sword. The extremely bright sword light pierced through the sky. It was as if it was trying its best to leave a mark in the air. The 80th disciple who was flying down from midair was startled, and then his expression changed greatly. Such a sword was extremely fierce and overbearing, and its aura directly dispersed his fierceness, almost suffocating him. The extremely bright blood-red sword light bloomed in front of his eyes. It expanded and filled the world in front of him. Unable to dodge, the 80th disciple could only reluctantly change his sword move to block. In a flash, the two swords collided. The huge impact caused a terrible explosion in the sky. Countless blood-red sparks splashed out like thousands of fireworks. The powerful impact caused Chu Mu's arm to shake. The sword almost flew out of his hand. Fortunately, he was very good at dissipating the force. He easily dissipated the recoil force and took the opportunity to retreat. After 5 steps, he paused slightly. His legs were slightly bent, and his center of gravity was lowered. His eyes became sharp as if he was hunting. As for the 80th disciple, he was also sent flying by the strong recoil force. He had nowhere to borrow strength in the air. His body rolled and he tried his best to hold the sword in his hand. If a swordsman could not even hold the sword in his hand, he would be defeated. The powerful impact caused Chu Mu's strength to erupt again. With a boom, he rushed into the sky like a blood-red meteor. The sword stabbed out again. This sword was obviously not as strong as the previous one, but it was still powerful and stunning. Kill. In the air, the 80th disciple's complexion changed. He was trying to dissipate the recoil force, but Chu Mu's sword light was already approaching. Fiercely clenching his teeth, the 80th disciple was about to use a secret technique when Chu Mu's sword light increased in speed. Before he could use it, it had already struck his chest. A tyrannical strength erupted, sending the 80th disciple flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and felt an unbearable pain in his chest. Just breathing was like burning a knife. The 80th disciple had been defeated. When he landed, he clutched his chest and stared at Chu Mu. Chu Mu withdrew his sword and dispelled the burning blood transformation. The burning of his blood essence made his face pale. He looked tired and weak. Taking out a blood yang pill, Chu Mu quickly walked to the 80th seat and sat down. He actually used such a method to win the competition. A secret technique. The price is probably not small. This method can only be used once. It won't be as effective a second time. However, this is the only way for Chu Mu to have a chance of winning. The 80th disciple was very unwilling to lose like this. However, the truth was the truth. He could only walk to the 177th seat while glaring at Chu Mu. His gaze was as if he wanted to eat Chu Mu up. Chu Mu ignored his gaze and closed his eyes to rest. While recovering his essence blood, he recalled the battle just now. That ultimate sword, the peak sword, the sure wind sword, caused Chu Mu's essence, energy, and spirit to reach a new height. The competition continued. One match after another, there were victories and defeat. Finally, the 4th round of the competition ended. The 5th round of the competition would begin tomorrow. Chu Mu left the half-void realm and was about to return to his room. Chu Mu, you are indeed the genius of the Sky-Edge Sword Palace that only appears once in 1,000 years. You can still make it this far without sword intent. Lu Xingqing walked over with a fake smile on his face. However, it's a pity that without sword intent and profound, you still can't make it on the stage. Chu Mu only glanced at Lu Xingqing. He didn't reply and directly walked past him. Lu Xingqing's expression froze. He clenched his fists and then loosened them. He turned around and stared at Chu Mu's back with a cold smile. Chu Mu, my sword intent and profound have both reached the 5th revolution. With my speed of improvement, you can only look up to me. Chapter 8:12. Throughout the night, besides spending some time to organize the gains from the 2 rounds, the rest of the time was spent on the God-sealing blood curse. As time passed and Chu Mu worked hard, the God-sealing blood curse became thinner and thinner. At dawn, there was only the last layer left, an extremely thin layer. What a pity, if only I had a little more time. Opening his eyes, Chu Mu sighed. The time of the competition was almost up. If he didn't arrive on time, he would be considered to have given up. He got up and left the room. When he went to the outer palace, the half-void realm was already full. The outer palace competition had reached the 4th round. The first round eliminated the most people, and the 4th round eliminated the least. Only 100 people were eliminated. There were 170 people left to enter the 5th round. Chu-Mu was ranked 80. In other words, he was qualified to choose from the first half of the competition. With the recovery of the blood yang pill, the sequela of burning essence blood was completely eliminated. His essence blood was also replenished. His essence, qi, and spirit had all reached the peak. The 5th round began. Nan Wu was the first to make his choice. 100. Nan Wu didn't even look and said casually. He was very confident in his own strength. Please. 100 contestants said. He pulled out his sword. Sword energy flowed through his body, ready to erupt with the strongest power at any time. Facing Nan Wu, he didn't dare to relax. Even if he lost, he had to lose to his heart's content. Nan Wu seemed to be in a daze. He didn't respond to his opponent. This attitude made his opponent angry. Take my sword. Even though he was angry, he didn't sneak attack. When he pulled out his sword, he reminded his opponent to show that he was open and aboveboard. Of course, because this was a competition and not a real life and death battle, there was a difference. Sword light flew and green qi spread out. It was like green grass growing endlessly, enveloping Nan Wu's entire body. In an instant, he felt as if he was in a field of wild grass. The peak of the 4th revolution sword intent, the peak of the 4th revolution wood profound, was integrated into this sword and used in the sky desolation sword art. Nan Wu didn't seem to feel anything. He was in a daze. This sword didn't bring enough threat to him. His left arm moved and drew a vague arc. The green wood-like sword was immediately broken. 100 contestants were directly sent flying. Their swords fell to the ground. Defeated. Ever since Nan Wu had appeared, he had always defeated his opponents with one move. Moreover, his sword had never left its sheath. Everyone looked at Nan Wu with even more shock and awe. Nan Wu won, and it was the second-place Qi Zhao's turn. Qi Zhao drew his sword, and similarly, he defeated his opponent in a demonic manner. Third place, Ben Tiger, was like the king of the forest. Basically, the top 10 disciples had never changed their positions from the 1st round to the 5th round. Soon, it was Gao Wang's turn to choose his opponent. I don't like trouble. Gao Wang glanced at them and finally fixed his eyes on Chu-Mu's face. I'll choose you, number 80, Chu-Mu. The moment Gao Wang's words left his mouth, it immediately caused an uproar. He actually chose Chu-Mu. Isn't this bullying? It's not bullying. It's all about strength. It doesn't matter. You can use your secret technique as you wish. I won't use my secret technique, Gao Wang continued. Some people had already started to scold Gao Wang for being shameless. Previously, when he chose Chu-Mu, it already showed that Chu-Mu was not his opponent. This time, he still chose Chu-Mu. Nie Yunjie was a proud person, and he looked at Gao Wang with a trace of disdain. From the bottom of his heart, he thought that Gao Wang was not worthy of being in the top 10 with him. Let's see how Chu-Mu is going to deal with this. I admit defeat. Chu-Mu opened his eyes. He did not even get up, and his expression did not change. He just said those 3 words. This immediately caused many people to be stunned, but they immediately let out a smile. That's right, yesterday's match had already proven that he wasn't Gao Wang's opponent. Now, it had only been a day, so how could Chu-Mu possibly contend against Gao Wang? Even if he fought, he would still lose. Rather than that, why not just admit defeat? Ha ha ha! Gao Wang laughed out loud. His laughter gradually died down. He glanced at Chu-Mu and didn't say anything else. Chu-Mu glanced at Gao Wang. He instinctively felt that Gao Wang was intentionally targeting him. Whether or not Gao Wang was intentionally targeting him, he would be able to tell in the following battles. Chu Mu didn't feel that admitting defeat was shameful because he knew that the current him was not Gao Wang's opponent. Even if he used the burning blood technique and used the power of the earth core flame, he would only be able to catch Gao Wang off guard and cause some trouble. Since that was the case, he might as well not fight because he had more important things to do. That was to break through the God-sealing blood curse on his sword intent. He had to completely break through the God-sealing blood curse on his sword intent before today, or in other words, before the second half of the 6th round began. Only then would he be able to pass the 6th round and enter the 7th round, and fight for the top 10, or even the top 3. Fighting with Gao Wang would definitely take up a bit of time. To Chu Mu, every second was of utmost importance. The moment he admitted defeat, Chu Mu closed his eyes again and focused on using his mental remembrance to attack the divine sealing blood curse on his sword intent. He only hoped that in the following matches, he would be able to last longer. Admitting defeat now was for the sake of winning later, for the sake of winning more brilliantly. The competition continued. The 11th place picked their opponent. The later the participants were, the more careful they were in choosing their opponent. The more time they had to spend. Since the start of the competition, Tu Jinghong and Luo Qiushui had repeatedly defeated strong opponents and had never lost a single battle. Therefore, Tu Jinghong was ranked 23rd and Luo Qiushui was ranked a little lower at 35th. However, the truly brilliant people could see that Luo Qiushui was actually stronger than Tu Jinghong. However, up until now, there hadn't been an opponent that could force out Luo Qiushui's true strength. Of course, the top 10 might be able to, but there seemed to be a tacit understanding between them that they didn't plan on fighting now. It was rare to see a battle between experts. However, right now, Chu Mu had his eyes closed and was concentrating his mind to break through the God-sealing blood curse on his sword intent. He was racing against time. Finally, the 79th participant finished fighting his opponent. It was Chu Mu's turn. Chu Mu temporarily put down his mind to break through the God-sealing blood curse. He glanced over and chose his opponent. Number 132, Chu Mu said lightly. Chu Mu had an impression of number 132. His sword intent and profound were both at the peak of the 4th rank. His control of power had reached the advanced stage but not the limit. Chu Mu had also seen the Sky Desolation sword art and other aspect. Compared to the 4th round opponent, this person was weaker. Chu Mu was confident that even if he didn't use Deshang's burning blood transformation, he could still win. However, he had to put in some effort. Chu Mu's opponent had a dignified expression. He didn't dare to underestimate Chu Mu at all. Although Chu Mu's sword intent and profound were sealed and couldn't be used, the strength that Chu Mu had displayed so far was still very shocking. He didn't want to be defeated by a cripple without sword intent or profound. The battle began. Sword light danced. Chu Mu wasn't in a hurry to end the battle. Using his mind to break through the God-sealing blood curse had consumed a lot of energy. He could use this battle to recover. For Chu Mu, the length of this battle didn't have any effect on the rest of the battle. His figure intertwined, his footwork changed, and the sword light danced. It was like light, like lightning, like a dragon, like a phoenix. He displayed the essence of the Sky Desolation sword art. As for Chu Mu, it was as if he was trying out his moves. He displayed each sword move of the Sky Desolation sword art one by one, breaking them apart and then recombining them. His gains from the past few rounds of the competition were also gradually turning into his own. Chu Mu is trying out his moves. What a terrifying talent. This boy is too demonic. Not long ago, he used all his strength and could only compete with a rank 4 sword intent profound swordsman. It would be difficult to even defeat him. But now, he can fight with a rank 4 peak swordsman with ease. Sword art. What a terrifying sword art attainment. That's right. In just a few days, Chu Mu's sword art attainment had risen from the early 8th level to the middle 8th level. He was getting closer and closer to the 10th level. It was a huge and gratifying improvement. Chu Mu displayed all the sword art changes that he had recently mastered. His opponent was also enraged. He erupted with all his strength, and each sword seemed to be a sure kill move. The pressure that his opponent brought to Chu Mu was increasing. He even showed signs of using a secret technique. Once the secret technique was used, Chu Mu would also have to use a secret technique. In an instant, Chu Mu clashed with his opponent's sword. He seemed to be defeated and retreated a few steps. His opponent hurriedly attacked with his sword. The various sword art changes and the essence of various sword arts flowed in his heart. Let nature take its course. Chu Mu dodged. His body moved with the sword and appeared at the side. Not only did he avoid the opponent's sword, but he also made the best counterattack. The sword was like lightning. Its sharpness was endless. It cut through the dark night sky and flashed to the extreme. Before the sword hit his opponent, Chu Mu's body changed again. His sword move also changed. Silhouettes appeared around his opponent one after another. Beams of sword light intertwined and came from all directions. This was Chu Mu's integration and application of the sword arts that he had learned recently. With the last sword move, Chu Mu's body landed steadily. He lowered his center of gravity, spread his feet, twisted his waist, and assumed a sword-drawing posture. The first 30 moves of the Heavenly Desolation sword art appeared at this moment. After breaking through layers of sword shadows, Chu Mu's sword was unsheathed. His opponent discovered that after dispelling the clouds and seeing the moon, there was an extremely terrifying sword light sweeping over. It was unavoidable and unblockable. He only felt a terrible force explode in his chest. He flew backward like a broken sack and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already injured. He was no match for such a powerful sword move. Chu Mu had once again used his strength and astonishing talent to defeat his opponent. He had passed the 5th round and advanced to the 6th round. Some people cheered, while others were unhappy, extremely unhappy. Chapter 8:13. The 5th round of the competition had finally ended. The intense battles were extremely heart-wrenching. Once it ended, most people let out a sigh of relief. But following that, the 6th round of the competition was about to begin. The number of people in the 5th round was 170. Only 100 people had entered the 6th round. A total of 70 people had been eliminated. One could imagine that the disciples who entered the 6th round were all relatively strong. This also meant that the upcoming competition would be even more intense and exciting. It was as if one wave had not yet subsided and another had risen. Chu Mu was in the 80th seat. Once again, he was in the bottom half. The situation was very unfavorable for him. Nan Wu chose his opponent again, the 90th disciple. The competition had reached the 6th round. Other than Chu Mu, basically all the disciples ranked between 80 and 100 had reached the peak of the 4th rank in sword intent and profound. As for the disciples ranked above 80, their sword intent and profound had reached the 5th rank. Some were high while some were low. As for the top 30 disciples, their sword intent and profundities had all reached rank 6, but there were also differences in strength. Among the 100 disciples, Chu Mu was the most special one. He was very conspicuous. His sword did not leave its sheath and easily defeated his opponent. Second, third, fourth, once again, it was the 10th place Gao Wang's turn to choose his opponent. Gao Wang's gaze swept across everyone's faces. Everyone wanted to know if he would make the same choice as before. I choose number 80 Chu Mu. Gao Wang did not seem to care about his face and directly said, "Shameless. He's simply a scum. Chu Mu is too weak. If I don't choose him, who else should I choose?" Bullshit, there are still some people weaker than Chu Mu. The moment Gao Wang's words came out, Chu Mu's eyelids trembled. As expected, Gao Wang really came for him. However, there did not seem to be any conflicts between him and Gao Wang. Perhaps there was something fishy going on. I admit defeat. Without even opening his eyes, Chu Mu directly said. His tone was indifferent, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. After speaking, Chu Mu removed all distracting thoughts and continued to attack the Godseal blood curse on his sword intent. Soon. The corners of Gao Wang's mouth curled up into a smile. As expected. He admitted defeat again. If Gao Wang continues to challenge Chu Mu, won't he have to keep admitting defeat? Looking at Chu Mu's current state, he can only admit defeat and then choose a weaker opponent to fight. He will do his best to defeat his opponent and enter the next round. But this time, Chu Mu is in danger. He can only choose the top 50 disciples or even the top 30 disciples. That kind of strength is not something he can compete with. There was a lot of discussion. The third palace master and the true palace elder were also interested. They wanted to see if Chu Mu would be able to continue advancing and enter the 7th round. Up until now, the limits of Chu Mu's strength had been more or less estimated by people. Under the condition of using a secret technique, he was comparable to or slightly stronger than an ordinary early-stage 5th revolution sword intent sword warrior. However, the sword intent of each of the top 50 disciples had at least reached the middle stage of the 5th revolution or even the late stage of the 5th revolution, which exceeded the limit of Chu Mu's strength. There was no doubt that he would lose. Tu Jinghong's ranking didn't change. He was still ranked 23rd after defeating his opponent. Luo Qiushui was still ranked 35th after defeating his opponent in 10 strikes. The top 50 disciples had chosen their opponents, and all of them had won. With their strength, it would be strange if they failed. It was the 51st disciple's turn to choose his opponent. This was a difficult choice, but one that had to be made. In the end, this disciple chose the 50th place, his old rival. After a single battle, he was still defeated. His expression was gloomy as he was eliminated. He had to choose carefully. His opponents were all very strong. At this point, it was all about strength and not luck. Therefore, those who were ranked at the top could usually stay until the end. Soon, it was the 79th person's turn. Chu Mu was one rank behind. The 79th participating disciple looked hesitant. Finally, he chose the 21st participating disciple and admitted defeat. He did not even leave his seat. It couldn't be helped. With his early-stage 5th revolution sword intent and profundity, it was simply wishful thinking for him to go against a swordsman whose sword intent and profundity had attained the intermediate stage 6th revolution. If he possessed Chu Mu's attainments in sword techniques and combat skills, then it wouldn't be impossible. Unfortunately, he wasn't Chu Mu. On number 80, it was Chu Mu's turn. However, Chu Mu's eyes were still closed and he didn't show any reaction. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time passed quickly. Everyone's gaze was focused on Chu Mu's face. They were confused and started to guess. What are you doing? Stalling for time? Let's just choose one of them and admit defeat. In the midst of the discussion, 30 breaths of time passed. Number 80 Chu Mu, make your choice immediately, the inner palace elder warned. Chu Mu still didn't react, and his eyes were still closed. Another 3 breaths of time passed, and the inner palace elder's face was somewhat unsightly. He opened his mouth again, and his voice was somewhat gloomy. Number 80 Chu Mu, immediately choose your opponent. Chu Mu still didn't show any reaction. After 10 breaths of time, the inner palace elder's expression darkened. Number 80 Chu Mu, choose your opponent immediately. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a forfeit and you will be eliminated. The consequences would be serious. What the hell? What's wrong with Chu Mu? Is he afraid? The inner palace elder's expression turned even uglier. Chu Mu's lack of response made him feel like his dignity was being challenged. Number 80 Chu Mu, you. When the inner palace elder was about to announce Chu Mu's forfeit, Chu Mu's eyes suddenly sprang open. At that instant, it was as if an almost transparent silver ray flashed across his eyes. The crowd could feel a chill running down their spines as a terrifying aura penetrated deep into their bones. Even Nan Wu, who had been in a daze, shuddered. His dazed eyes regained focus for the first time as he pondered. It felt like an illusion. After failing to find the source, the crowd threw it to the back of their minds. "Number 10, Chumu quickly said. "Number 80 Chumu, what did you say?" The inner palace elder repeated. "I choose number 10. Chumu said. If he had the time and could choose properly, he would choose another opponent. However, he had already said it, and it was his choice. Number 10 was number 10. There was no need to change it. Chumu chose number 10? Did I hear it wrong? You didn't hear it wrong. He did choose number 10. What's going on? What's going on? Didn't Gao Wang choose Chumu? Didn't Chumu take the initiative to admit defeat? Now he actually chose Gao Wang? Next, he will take the initiative to admit defeat." An even more shocking scene appeared. Chumu actually stood up and strode to the center of the arena. It seemed that he was really going to fight with Gao Wang. This Chumu can't have given up on himself, right? Maybe he knows that this is his last battle. Even if he loses, he has to use his full strength to leave a deep impression on everyone. The third palace master and the elders of the true palace were also puzzled. In fact, other than Chumu himself, no one could understand his current actions. No one knew that before, Chumu did not have the strength to fight against Gao Wang. But now, that was not necessarily the case. Gao Wang seemed to be in a daze. He did not seem to understand what was going on. Soon after, the corners of his mouth lifted and he revealed a frivolous smile. He slowly stood up and walked step by step towards the center of the sword fighting stage. His eyes flickered and fell on Chumu's face as if he wanted to see through Chumu. "I don't understand. What do you mean by doing this?" Gao Wang said softly, as if he was probing. "You will understand," Chumu said indifferently. He was not afraid at all. "I advise you to admit defeat. Otherwise, I might not show mercy. It would be bad if you were injured." Gao Wang laughed frivolously. From his point of view, he didn't know what Chumu's intentions were, but he was definitely finding trouble for himself. The past 2 days had already proven one thing. There was an absolute difference in strength between Chumu and himself. This difference was not something that could be bridged in 2 short days. Moreover, Chumu's sword intent and profound had been sealed, and could not be used. How could he fight against him? "What is Chumu planning? How about this? Seeing that you have the courage to challenge me, I'll give you a chance and allow you to attack with all your strength." Gao Wang said to Chumu, "I'll let you display your strength to your heart's content and then defeat you. That way you won't leave with any regret." These words were somewhat condescending, as if he was giving alms. Indeed, in the eyes of Gao Wang and some other swordsmen, Gao Wang was much stronger than Chumu. He was qualified to speak to Chumu in such a manner. "Since that's the case, I won't be polite." Chumu's eyes flashed with a smile. He pulled out his sword and stabbed out. The speed of the sword was neither fast nor slow. It looked ordinary without any subtlety. Just as Gao Wang was about to shake his head, suddenly Chumu's ordinary sword tip trembled. It was like a huge blooming flower. It was bright and gorgeous, spreading out in all directions. Every petal was formed by streaks of sword light. They carried a terrifying sharpness as they spun towards Yi Shiwen. "Interesting." Gao Wang was startled, but then he smiled and said. He shifted his footwork and quickly dodged. His strength was not weak, and his footwork and body movement were also very brilliant. Chumu did not speak, but continued to attack with his sword. He displayed all kinds of exquisite swordsmanship. It had to be said that Gao Wang was indeed a good opponent. He was strong enough to deal with Chumu's swordsmanship changes. He allowed Chumu to improve the flaws of his swordsmanship. After a while, the sword light stopped. "Are you done?" Gao Wang looked at Chu Mu and said with a frivolous smile, "I'm done warming up." Chu Mu replied indifferently. Chapter 8:14. Warm up complete. Gao Wang's expression changed slightly, a cold smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. He was enraged by Chu Mu's attitude and words. Originally, Gao Wang only wanted to defeat Chu Mu. Now, not only did he want to defeat Chu Mu, he also wanted to teach Chu Mu an unforgettable lesson. Hearing Chu Mu's words, many swordsmen also laughed, then shook their heads. The way they looked at Chu Mu changed, pity and disdain. Some people who thought they knew a little about Chu Mu did not understand. In their understanding, Chu Mu was a rational person, and should not act irrationally. But why was he acting like this time? Could it be that he had something to rely on? But, even if he had a stronger secret technique, it was impossible to bridge the huge gap in strength. Not to mention, the stronger the secret technique, the harder it was to use, and the greater the price one had to pay after using it. Senior Brother Ren, the disciple you brought back has some talent, but his mentality is not good. This is not good. Swordsmanly laughed, grabbing any opportunity to attack Rendu Xing. Even if it was just a little, he would not let it go. Rendu Xing did not seem to hear it, but his brows were slightly furrowed. No matter what, Chu Mu was directly brought to the Heaven Wasteland Palace by him, and was exempted from the test. Unknowingly, there was a trace of relationship between him and Chu Mu, and it was inevitable that some people would use it against him. From the bottom of his heart, Rendu Xing still hoped that Chu Mu could win, although that was impossible. Chu Mu did not speak. Under his calm eyes, there was incomparable confidence. The current him, what reason did he have not to be confident? I hope you can hold on for a while longer. Gao Wang grinned, and even his teeth seemed to have a sharp light flashing by. As his voice fell, sword intense soared into the sky, piercing through the sky, and stirring up the wind and clouds. The shocking sharpness tore through the air, invisibly and colorlessly slashing towards Chu Mu. If it was before, just this peak sixth revolution sword intent alone would have been enough to cause Chu Mu's expression to change, causing him to be unable to unleash his full strength. But now, Chu Mu was not affected in the slightest. The sword intense sharpness slashed towards him as if it was in vain. Chu Mu's lips curled into a smile. It was a smile that came from the depths of his heart. In that instant, his entire body trembled. A terrifying sharpness gushed out from his skinny body. It was like a volcano that had been dormant for 1,000 years suddenly erupted with an astonishing amount of energy that shook the heavens and shattered the clouds. As the sharpness swallowed and spat out, it was as if an almost silver flame with endless sharpness had soared from Chu Mu's body into the sky, directly ripping apart the space in the sky. Sword essence. It was actually sword intent. What was gushing out from Chu Mu's body was actually sword intent. Shock, incomparable shock, and unconcealable shock, especially the third palace master and the elders of the real palace. Their shock was even more intense. It was a shock that came from the depths of their hearts. Their expressions changed greatly, and they could not remain calm. They suddenly stood up. A terrifying aura burst out from their bodies in an instant, almost shattering the semi-virtual realm. Fortunately, they reacted in time and hurriedly restrained their aura, so it did not cause any bad consequences. But their heavy breathing still showed that their hearts were extremely unsettled. The faces of Renduxing and the other disciples of the real palace also changed greatly. They stood up, and their eyes widened to the point that they almost popped out. They stared at Chu Mu, as if they were seeing Chu Mu for the first time. This is impossible. Lu Xingqing's face changed greatly, and he directly lost his composure. He let out a sharp cry, and his face turned red as if he had gone crazy. Shock, everyone was shocked from the bottom of their hearts. It was an unparalleled shock that could not be described with words. Nan Wu, who was in a trance, once again broke out of his trance. His eyes shot out a sharp light, which made people not dare to look directly at him. It penetrated through space and fell on Chu Mu's face, which instantly attracted Chu Mu's attention. At a glance, their eyes met, and their sharpness met. Immediately, the sharpness in Nan Wu's eyes dissipated, and he became unfocused again. He seemed to be in a trance again, but he was not distracted at all. Instead, he was shocked, and there was a trace of fighting spirit in his heart. In his eyes, Chu Mu, who did not have sword intent, was at most a swordsman with extremely brilliant swordsmanship. He had some strength, but he did not have the ability to compete with him. However, Chu Mu, who had sword intent, in addition to his brilliant swordsmanship and amazing fighting skills, had improved his strength by leaps and bounds, which had aroused a trace of fighting spirit in his heart. Qi Xiao and Ben who were shocked, but their eyes shot out a strong light, and their fighting spirit was high. Everyone lost their composure. How can you have sword intent? Gao Wang was so shocked that he could not even complete his sentence. Sword intent, Chu Mu had sword intent, and it had reached the peak of the 6th revolution. In terms of strength, it seemed to be above him. That sharpness was purer, sharper, and more astonishing. Trembling, Gao Wang's heart, unexpectedly there was a trace of uncontrollable trembling, which made his hand that was holding the sword slightly tremble. Chu Mu, who did not have sword intent, was indeed not his opponent, but his superb swordsmanship and terrifying fighting skills made him very envious and even fearful. Now, Chu Mu, who had sword intent and reached the peak of the 6th revolution, was even stronger than him in terms of strength. How terrifying would his strength be? Anger erupted from his heart, overflowing on his face. Gao Wang was very angry, not angry at Chu Mu, but angry at his own heart, because there was a trace of fear in his heart. Under the gushing sword intent, that trace of fear was directly shattered. Even if you have sword intent, you are still not my opponent. Today, I will defeat you in front of everyone, and make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Gao Wang roared, encouraging himself. At this moment, in Chu Mu's eyes, Gao Wang was like a paper tiger baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Chu Mu only smiled and did not say anything. Facts would prove everything. Isn't this child under the god-sealing blood curse of the underworld god clan? The 3rd palace master sat down again and whispered. Yeah, how did he break the god-sealing blood curse? A true palace elder was also puzzled. Chu Mu was under the god-sealing blood curse of the underworld god clan. Now that he can use sword intent, it means that he has broken the god-sealing blood curse. If he has a way to break the god-sealing blood curse. As soon as these words came out, the 3rd palace master and the elders' bodies shook, and they all lost their composure. Wait until the competition is over, summon Chu Mu and ask him if he can really break the god-sealing blood curse. The 3rd palace master's voice trembled because of excitement. If Chu Mu can really break the god-sealing blood curse, then the highest elder can. The 3rd palace master and the true palace elders were all abnormally excited. It was a long time before they calmed down. That's not right. If Chu Mu's sword intent has only reached the limit of the 6th revolution, then there is no reason for the underworld god clan to use the god-sealing blood curse to deal with him. I'm not sure, but I can't see through this child Chu Mu. His body is always shrouded in a layer of fog. I will use my strongest strength to defeat you. I will make you understand that just having sword intent and no profound meaning is not enough. Gao Wang shouted as he slashed out with his sword. Facing the current Chu Mu, he didn't dare to hold back in the slightest. He erupted with his full strength. The sword light was wild and endless, like the water of a long river, surging forward without the slightest gap. Compared to the last battle, Gao Wang's sword was several times stronger, and its speed was also several times faster. On the battle stage, Gao Wang's figure and the sword light almost blended together. There was no distinction between the two, and they constantly attacked and attacked. This was Gao Wang's fighting style. He pressed forward without stopping, and he would not stop until he defeated his opponent. He abandoned all dodging and defending, and turned everything into an attack. He used the strongest attack, the sharpest attack, and the fastest attack to replace everything else. Wild attacks, endless attacks, a storm of attacks. On the battle arena, Gao Wang continued to attack. His silhouette merged into the sword light, forming a long river that surged out endlessly. It was like a huge wave, destroying everything in its path. If it was before, facing Gao Wang's attacks, Chu Mu would have been defeated long ago. But now, Chu Mu was slowly retreating, dodging and blocking all of Gao Wang's attacks. He allowed Gao Wang to attack like a storm, while Chu Mu was completely unharmed. The breaking of the seal on his sword intent was not only the release of his sword intent's sharpness, but it also allowed Chu Mu's six senses to recover. They became sharper, his thinking speed increased, and his body's reaction speed increased. Most importantly, after Chu Mu's sword intent broke through the seal, it was not as simple as the limit of the sixth revolution. When his sword intent was sealed by the divine sealing blood curse, it had already reached the middle stage of the eighth revolution. It was very terrifying, and the increase in his six senses and body's reaction speed was very obvious. Although he was excited now, Chu Mu did not get carried away. Instead, he controlled the strength of his sword intent, controlling it to the limit of the sixth revolution. But the increase in his six senses and body's other aspects had truly reached the level of the eighth revolution. Gao Wang's attacks were extremely fast and became more and more violent. Chu Mu was able to distinguish the trajectory of each of his attacks and make the best dodging and blocking, causing Gao Wang's attacks to fail. Others could not see it clearly, but the third palace master, the true palace elder, and the inner palace elders could see it clearly. Thus, they were all very shocked. The current Chu Mu was truly terrifying. Gao Wang was a little impatient after failing to hit him repeatedly. Chu Mu dodged Gao Wang's attack again. 3 flaws flashed before his eyes, and Chu Mu immediately reacted. Following the flaws, he slashed out. The angle of this slash was perfect, and its trajectory was perfect. It was impeccable. Amidst the storm of attacks, Gao Wang only saw a sharp sword light that seemed to come from the heavens. It passed through his impenetrable storm of sword light and attacked him. Unable to dodge or resist, the sword lightly touched his forehead. Immediately, Gao Wang's mental world was impacted. His body shook and the storm of sword light dissipated. Chapter 8:15. This sword contained the impact of the spiritual intent and the support of the powerful sword will. It immediately rushed into Gao Wang's spiritual world and wreaked havoc. Gao Wang had no choice but to resist. His hand movements paused and he was unable to continue attacking. His attack naturally collapsed. Chu Mu retracted his sword after the sword touched his forehead. If he wanted to, that sword was enough to take Gao Wang's life. After dispersing Chu Mu's spiritual intent, Gao Wang looked at Chu Mu with a gaze filled with fear. He had never imagined that Chu Mu could actually fuse his spiritual intent with other powers to attack like a divine condensation realm swordsman. Terrifying talent, terrifying ability. He was too monstrous. For the first time, regret appeared in Gao Wang's heart. He should not have targeted Chu Mu like that. But the truth had already happened. There was no point in regretting it. Most importantly, he had lost. He had lost to Chu Mu's sword. Gao Wang knew very well that he had indeed used all his strength just now. He had used the Tian Huang sword art that he had mastered and the most powerful divine condensation realm swordsmanship. He had continuously attacked and attacked like a storm. This was also his best fighting style. Not only had he been unable to do anything to Chu Mu, but he had also been seen through by Chu Mu and defeated in one strike. With the support of the peak 6th Revolution sword will, Chu Mu had improved greatly in all aspects. It made his already exquisite swordsmanship even more terrifying. There was an uproar below. Gao Wang had been defeated, and he had been defeated so directly. Although he had not been injured, everyone had seen Chu Mu's sword touch Gao Wang's forehead. They had to admit that if this had been a battle of life and death, Gao Wang's head would have been pierced through by Chu Mu's sword. Looking at Gao Wang's eyes, Chu Mu knew that he had admitted defeat. He sheathed his sword and strode towards seat 10. He turned around and sat down calmly. Gao Wang looked at the seat that originally belonged to him, but was now occupied by Chu Mu. The corner of his eyes twitched, and he felt even more vexed. If he had not targeted Chu Mu time and time again, perhaps he would still have seat 10. There was no medicine for regret. Since he had made a move, he should accept the outcome. It was his own choice. Gao Wang sighed softly. His expression was a little gloomy, but it soon returned to normal. With his head held high and his chest puffed out, he walked towards seat number 80 as if he had won a victory. He turned around and sat down. With his strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get into the top 10. However, there was no hope for him to get into the top 10. If he was lucky, there might be a chance. However, he could forget about Nan Wuqi, Xiao Benhu and the others. He knew that he was no match for them. As for Chu Mu, although he was extremely unwilling, Gao Wang also understood that unless he could break through and become stronger, there was no way he could defeat Chu Mu. Chu Mu, who was sitting in seat number 10, immediately became the center of attention. Nie Yunjie, who looked at Chu Mu with disdain, stared at Chu Mu for a while before looking away. Duan Yulong nodded and smiled at Chu Mu, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. Tu Jinghong and Luo Qiushui also took a deep look at Chu Mu. The three dark horses, Tu Jinghong, Luo Qiushui and Chu Mu. Suddenly, some people were looking forward to seeing who was better between the three of them. After sitting down, the competition continued. Chu Mu divided his attention. He watched the battle while using his mind to control his sword intent to attack the Godseal blood curse. It had been more than 3 years since Chu Mu was struck by the Godseal blood curse. As time passed, the incomplete Godseal blood curse weakened bit by bit. The Godseal blood curse was no longer as strong as it was when it was first struck. His sword intent had been unsealed. What surprised Chu Mu was that his sword intent had reached the peak of the 8th revolution. The peak of the 8th revolution's sword intent was unimaginably terrifying. Once it erupted, it was enough to frighten swordsmen like Gao Wang. It would make them unable to move and their strength would be greatly weakened. With the peak of the 8th revolution's sword intent combined with the extremely active mind, the impact of the fusion was more than 10 times faster than using the mind alone. According to the current situation, Chu Mu estimated that he would be able to break the Godseal blood curse in about 2 months and unseal the Godseal blood curse. Then, when his sword intent was sealed and resisted the Godseal blood curse, it had reached the peak of the 8th revolution. Was the gold profound the same? If the gold profound also reached the peak of the 8th revolution after it was unsealed, Chu Mu couldn't help but feel excited when he thought about it. Peak of the 8th revolution sword intent and peak of the 8th revolution gold profound. The current him had a higher level of sword technique than when he was at the Sky Edge Sword Palace. His combat strength was even stronger. With the combination of these two, the strength he could erupt with would naturally be more tyrannical than before he was struck by the Godseal blood curse. If he faced an opponent like Ming Luo again, he would be able to easily defeat him without needing to use the burning blood transformation. The difference between the middle of the 8th revolution sword intent and the peak of the 8th revolution was very obvious. Once he broke through to the 9th revolution, it would be even more incredible. Unfortunately, the peak of the 8th revolution was the true limit. Finally, the 6th round of the competition ended. Chu Mu's sword intent broke through the seal. Although it was somewhat restrained, it still released a shocking sharpness. He obtained the 10th seat and became the most dazzling existence present. His sharpness was limitless. The competition ended. There were a total of 100 people in the 6th round. 40 people were eliminated, leaving 60 people to enter the 7th round the next day. After Chu Mu returned to his room, he meditated for a while. Then, he used his mind and sword intent to continue attacking the God-seal blood curse in the gold profound. Time flew by. Very quickly, the night was over and the day was coming. Chu Mu once again came to the outer palace half-void realm. The moment he appeared on the battle arena, almost all eyes fell on him. They stared at Chu Mu until he sat in the 10th seat. Because there were only 60 disciples who entered the 7th round, the corresponding numbers of some seats had changed. For example, Gao Wang was number 80. Now there were only 60 people left. He was the last, so he was placed in the 60th seat. When the 7th round began, Nan Wu was the first to choose his opponent. Now, everyone who remained had at least the middle stage 5th revolution sword intent and profound power. They were all very strong. Number 50. Nan Wu said. Please. The 50th disciple was not afraid. He walked to the center of the battle arena and cupped his hands towards Nan Wu. He unsheathed his sword. The middle stage 5th revolution sword intent and profound power was no threat to Nan Wu. He was easily defeated by Nan Wu. He didn't even need to unsheath his sword. Once again, it was shocking. When it was Qi Zhao's turn, he easily defeated his opponent. Ben Hu also easily defeated his opponent. When it was Duan Yulong's turn, Duan Yulong looked at Chu Mu and said, "Continue to win. Leave our battle for later." After sending a message to Chu Mu, Duan Yulong chose the 48th disciple. The late-stage 5th revolution sword intent and profound power was not Duan Yulong's opponent. Under Duan Yulong's sword, he was defeated in less than 3 breaths. After Duan Yulong, no one chose Chu Mu. They had all seen Chu Mu's strength with their own eyes. Gao Wang was a living example. They felt that their strength was not much stronger than Gao Wang. They didn't have much confidence in facing Chu Mu. Nie Yunjie glanced at Chu Mu. He seemed to be thinking if he should choose Chu Mu. In the end, he gave up because he didn't have much confidence in defeating Chu Mu. It was better to leave the battle for later. After Nie Yunjie defeated his opponent, it was Chu Mu's turn. Chu Mu glanced at those who had already been defeated. He didn't care about them since they had already been defeated. Chu Mu wouldn't choose them. However, those who hadn't been challenged yet felt their hearts tighten. They were both excited and nervous. There was no doubt that Yi Shiwen's strength brought great pressure to others. Number 30. Chu Mu said. The 30th disciple was startled. He immediately stood up and walked out. Even if I'm not as good as you, I won't let you win easily. The 30th disciple said to Chu Mu. Then do your best. Chu Mu said indifferently. The unsealing of his sword intent caused his every action to gain a sliver of sharpness. Imperceptibly, this gave his opponent even greater pressure. The 30th disciple's sword intent and profound power had both reached the early 6th revolution. His control of power had also reached the peak of the advanced realm. He wasn't weak, but it was still not enough for Chu Mu. Chu Mu's peak 6th revolution sword intent was enough to compete with his initial 6th revolution sword intent and profound power. Not to mention that Chu Mu also had the peak mountain quake energy. The combination of the sword intent and the peak mountain quake energy was equally powerful. Take my sword! The 30th disciple shouted. His voice was like a thunderclap as he slashed out with his sword. It was an earth-shattering sword attack. His control over his strength had reached the limits of the advanced realm. He unleashed his full strength, causing a dazzling meteor to appear. Even though he knew that he wasn't Chu Mu's opponent, he didn't want to admit defeat. Instead, he fought with all his strength. He used his strongest sword attack to prove his strength and existence. Facing this earth-shattering sword attack, Chu Mu's expression didn't change. With his sword intent, he unsheathed his sword and shot it out. The sword light was condensed like a line between heaven and earth. It pierced through the opponent's lightning and stopped at the 30th disciple's throat. A cold intent spread out from the tip of the sword, giving the 30th disciple goosebumps. However, his expression was gloomy. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by Chu Mu so easily. Indeed, it was difficult to challenge someone with a higher cultivation level. It was even more difficult for geniuses to challenge someone with a higher cultivation level. After defeating his opponent easily, Chu Mu retained the 10th seat. According to the current situation, he would be able to stay until the end. Victory and defeat were common. The 30th disciple's expression turned gloomy. However, he quickly recovered and returned to the 30th seat to continue the competition. Could it be that this kid's profound hasn't been unsealed? It's possible. Even if he can break the underworld god's blood curse, it won't be that easy. I'm curious. Is this kid's sword intent at the peak of the 6th revolution? Or is he holding back? Or does he have other secrets that made the underworld god clan use the underworld god's blood curse? Let's continue watching. Chapter 8:16. At the end of the 7th round, 30 people were eliminated. 30 people were left and they entered the 8th round. Tu Jinghong's ranking rose to 13th, while Luo Qiushui's ranking rose to 18th. As for Gao Wang, he rushed to 11th. He took the initiative to challenge the 11th disciple and defeated him. The sword intent of each of the 30 disciples had reached the 6th transformation level. The battles in the 8th round would be even more exciting. This time, Nan Wu's opponent was the 25th disciple. He could not defeat his opponent without using his sword like before. This was the first time the crowd saw Nan Wu unsheathing his sword since the start of the competition. However, his state was still in a daze. Nan Wu's sword was almost transparent. Like him, it gave off a fleeting feeling. Sword light was almost invisible. He defeated his opponent easily with one strike. Although he was easily defeated, at least Nan Wu had used his sword. It was an honorable defeat. Battle after battle continued. The 8th disciple, Tang Zhen, chose the 18th disciple, Luo Qiushui. Tang Zhen was a beauty. She was valiant and had the temperament of a heroine. She was not inferior to men. As she walked, her long ponytail danced like flames. Although Luo Qiushui was a man, he was not inferior to Tang Zhen in terms of appearance. This made many female swordsmen envious and jealous. At the same time, they admired him. The moment Luo Qiushui appeared, many female swordsmen exclaimed. Tang Zhen was very powerful, but Luo Qiushui was not ordinary either. It was hard to predict the outcome of the battle between the two. Tang Zhen would not underestimate Luo Qiushui, but Luo Qiushui would not underestimate his opponent either. Give it your all. Let me see your autumn water sword, Tang Zhen said. Her voice was not weak at all. Instead, it had the aura of a powerful army. It was unforgettable. As you wish. Luo Qiushui's appearance was feminine, but his voice had a unique magnetism that made it even more fascinating. In an instant, the sword light flickered. Both parties had passed each other and turned around to counterattack. The sword light was dazzling. In just 3 breaths, they had exchanged dozens of blows. It was unbelievably fast. Although Tang Zhen was a female, her fighting style was like that of a warrior on the battlefield. She was brutal and direct. Every sword strike pursued the simplest and most direct attack, abandoning all elegance and beauty. She retained the purest essence of her attacks, which made her battle look strangely beautiful. Every sword light from Luo Qiushui's autumn water sword was like a stream of autumn water flowing across the sky. Each stream seemed to converge into an endless stream of autumn water. It was cold and desolate, and traces of loneliness spread in all directions. There was a faint sense of sadness and desolation. Completely different styles, completely different fighting styles, clashing again and again. Battle was about grasping one's own rhythm, controlling one's own rhythm, disrupting the opponent's rhythm, and bringing the opponent into one's own rhythm. Once one fell into the rhythm of another, one would be restricted in all aspects, losing the initiative and falling into a passive state. Unless one could break the other party's rhythm and regain control of one's own rhythm, one's defeat was only a matter of time. Tang Zhen's fighting style and Luo Qiushui's fighting style were completely different. Their current goal was to disrupt the other party's rhythm and bring the other party into their own rhythm. This was often what swordsmen of similar strength had to do when they fought. This was because they were unable to defeat the other party in a short period of time. The same Tianhuang sword technique, under Tang Zhen's and Luo Qiushui's swords, displayed a completely different style. The same first move, the same thrust, but there was a difference between brutal and desolate aura. All living things, sand and dust, all had their own patterns and existence. Chu Mu was able to multitask. On one hand, he continued to use his sword essence and mind to attack the Godseal blood curse on the gold profound meaning. On the other hand, he was focused on watching the battle between Tang Zhen and Luo Qiushui. Evenly matched opponents had forced them to show their true strength. Their swordsmanship was truly displayed in front of everyone's eyes. Chu Mu's style was different from others. He had a straightforward and broad style, but also a flexible style. He took the advantages of thousands of schools of thought and absorbed them into himself, turning them into his own. This was the most difficult way to strengthen himself. It was impossible to achieve it just by relying on one's own thinking. Only by observing, trying, and coming into contact with more would one be able to gain more. This was also the reason why he wanted to participate in the Outer Palace Centennial Tournament. It was also the reason why he did not want to be defeated and eliminated. If he was eliminated, he could continue to watch, but he would lose the opportunity to personally fight. The meaning was different. There was still a difference between personally fighting and witnessing it with his own eyes. Tang Zhen was like a female war god. She was powerful and unparalleled, charging and breaking through the enemy lines. Luo Qiushui was like a dancer by the river of desolation, performing to his heart's content. In the battle between the two, even Namo was temporarily out of his trance state. It has been 15 minutes and there are still no signs of a winner. Both of them are very powerful. I don't think it's that simple. Strong. Both of their strengths are very strong. It's too exciting. I have gained a lot. Luo Qiushui is not simple. Under such circumstances, he still retains his strength. It seems that his goal is not small. Indeed. However, Chu Mu is not simple. At least I can see through Luo Qiushui. But I can't see through Chu Mu at all. There is always a fog surrounding him. The elders of the true palace discussed. As long as the battle continues, Chu Mu will definitely reveal his secrets one by one. At that time we will know. The gorgeous sword light danced around him, like the rolling waters of a long river. Tang Zhen was like a warrior on the long river. Every strike of her sword seemed to break the river. The application of the Sky Desolation sword technique, the combination of sword techniques, the explosion of power control, and the convergence of sword techniques were all displayed under their sword. It was brilliant. Initial entry, advanced entry, and extreme entry. These three levels of power control were integrated into the combination of sword technique. The explosive power was even more tyrannical. This made Chu Mu's eyes light up. He had gained something again. Among the swordsmen present, no one could compare with Chu Mu in terms of what they gained from watching the battle. His attainments in sword techniques were already very high, surpassing many experts of the sword of Gojosian level. His comprehension was unparalleled, and no one could compare with him. With all these factors combined, what he gained from watching the battle was more profound than others. When the battle reached its climax, both of them leaped into the air. The sword light spun like a spiral and rushed upwards. It was gorgeous and breathtaking. Luo Qiushui's sword slashed down. Tang Zhen blocked and counterattacked. Luo Qiushui borrowed the force to rush higher into the air. The gorgeous sword light surrounded his body. Long autumn water. With a low roar, Luo Qiushui's figure changed in the air. The river of sword light around him instantly converged into one and gathered on the sword. At that moment, it was as if there were layers of sword shadows flashing. The murderous aura suddenly increased tenfold. A wind blew from afar, bringing with it desolation and loneliness, making one feel even more lonely. As his figure fell, the sword light also fell and exploded. Rays after rays of sword light pierced towards Tang Jin. Every ray of sword light gathered again, bringing with it a desolation and crystal like autumn water. It looked soft but was actually extremely tough. It also contained amazing power and was continuous. This sword was the combination of the first 33 moves of the Sky Desolation sword technique. The moment it hit Tang Jin, it changed into the 33 sword move. It was as if someone had used the first 33 moves of the Sky Desolation sword technique to attack Tang Jin at the same time. Every sword fight brought with it a terrifying continuous toughness and power. Tang Jin blocked the long autumn water. He only felt an extremely flexible power passing through his sword and spreading to his arm. It was a subtle and flexible power, but it was weakening his power bit by bit. Long autumn water. It was a terrifying combination of sword moves. Once Luo Qiushui's power control reached the realm of one with the sword, long autumn water would immediately become a powerful sword technique. Luo Qiushui had such a powerful combination of sword moves, but so did Tang Jin. The sword vibrated and spun in a circle. It immediately slashed from bottom to top. A fierce aura suddenly filled the space in front of him. Thousands of horses galloped and thousands of soldiers charged forward. It was the same combination of the first 33 moves of the Sky Desolation sword technique. The aura was different, the performance was different, but the power was equally strong. Fierce and desolate. In the confrontation of the sword light, countless sounds of metal clashing resounded. Sparks flew. Luo Qiushui's sword broke through the layers of sword light and landed in the air. In an instant, his figure changed and 4 shadows appeared around Tang Jin. They ran quickly and turned into endless shadows, like the shadows of autumn water. Tang Jin quickly retracted his sword and blocked the endless attacks from all directions. Every sword of Luo Qiushui contained a strange aura. That aura seeped in and was difficult to resist. Tang Jin's power was slowly being weakened. When Tang Jin reacted, it was already too late. The sword light gathered and Luo Qiushui once again used the long autumn water. Tang Jin quickly counterattacked, but his power was not enough. He was defeated by this move and his sword almost flew out of his hand. Luo Qiushui's sword was like a firework that dissipated. It gently touched Tang Jin's forehead and retracted. "You won." Tang Jin was startled at first, but then smiled freely. He was more optimistic than the male swordsman. To cultivate to this level, she had suffered a lot and experienced many setbacks. Her will was extraordinary. She did not feel sad or depressed at all. Her valiance was indeed admirable. Luo Qiushui smiled and nodded. She turned and walked towards the 8th seat. Her back view looked so beautiful. So far, among the 3 dark horses, there were already 2 dark horses that had entered the top 10. Only Tu Jinghong was left. Everyone could not help but look forward to his performance. Tang Jin was defeated. It was the turn of the 9th seat, Nie Yunjie. Nie Yunjie chose the 17th seat. The sword intent and profound power of the 6th revolution late stage was indeed very powerful. But compared to Nie Yunjie, it was obviously not enough. In just 3 moves, Nie Yunjie defeated the 17th seat with an absolute advantage. It seemed that there were very few dark horses. Chapter 8:17. After the 8th round of the competition, half of the 30 participating disciples were eliminated, leaving only 15. First place was still Nanwu, second place was still Qi Shao, third place was still Ben Hu, fourth place was Ma Yunfei, fifth place was Duan Yulong, sixth place was Zhuang Libi, seventh place was still Yi Xiaoxiao, eighth place was Luo Qiushui, ninth place was Tu Jinghong, and 10th place was Chu Mu. Gao Wang was ranked 15th, last place. Nie Yunjie was defeated by Tu Jinghong and was ranked 13th. Tang Zhen was ranked 14th. The 11th and 12th places had not changed. According to the previous competition format, one of the 15 participating disciples would have a bye. Therefore, there was a slight change in the 9th round of the competition. The top 10 disciples did not move, but the disciples ranked from the 11th to the 15th would draw lot. They would draw one of the top 10 disciples as their opponent. If they defeated their opponent, they would replace their opponent and enter the top 10, entering the 10th round. If they lost, they would be directly eliminated. In this round of the competition, luck and strength accounted for half of the competition. If they were lucky, they would draw a weaker opponent. They would need to have a certain level of strength to win. If they were unlucky, they would draw a strong opponent like Nan Wu. If they were not strong enough, they would be easily defeated. There were a total of 10 lots from number 1 to number 10. They were controlled by the inner palace elder and flew in the air at high speed. Even with Chu Mu's eyesight, he could not see the numbers on the lots, let alone the 5 people who were going to draw lots. They could only rely on luck. The 5 of them kept staring at the 10 lots flying in the air. Their eyes were as sharp as swords. Suddenly, the 5 of them attacked in different styles. Some were direct, some were gentle, some were violent, and some were fleeting. Although the lots were flying very fast, it was not faster than the 5 people's reactions. The main reason was that there was a layer of power covering the lots, making it impossible to see the numbers on them. As soon as they attacked, the 5 of them immediately grabbed a lot each. As for the other 5 lots, they automatically flew to the inner palace elder and were put away by him. The 5 of them opened their palms and the power on the lots dissipated, revealing the numbers on them. Suddenly, some people's faces changed and became a little gloomy. Obviously, they were very unlucky to draw lots and had drawn a strong opponent. The inner palace elder took a look and announced the results of the drawing of lots. The number 11 disciple drew was number 3, which was Ben Tiger. Ben Tiger was very strong, and the number 11 disciple did not have any confidence in winning, so he was very depressed. Number 12 was even more miserable. He had drawn number 1, Namo. The southern incomparable tiger was scarier. This was what everyone knew. Therefore, not only was number 12 depressed, he was also gloomy. He even had the thought of dying. Number 13 was Nie Yunjie. The number he drew was number 10, Chu Mu. Nie Yunjie looked at Chu Mu with provocation in his eyes. Chu Mu smiled and glanced at Nie Yunjie. Number 14, Tang Zhen, drew number 7, and Yi Xiaoxiao. Among the many participating disciples, the 2 most powerful and beautiful girls each had their own merit. Number 15 was Gao Wang. His number was number 6, Zhuang Libi. There were only 5 matches in the 9th round. The first match was between the number 11 disciple and the number 3 disciple. Ben Tiger stood up with a powerful aura. Coupled with his tall and strong body, he was like the king of tigers that had just woken up from a deep slumber, revealing his unique majesty. Taking a step forward, he was like the king of tigers descending from the mountains. His aura was even more powerful. His opponent, the number 11 disciple, trembled. Under the impact of his aura, his hands and feet were numb and his blood was blocked. His fighting strength instantly dropped by 30%. Ben Tiger's fighting style was similar to Gao Wang's, but there was a clear difference between them. Ben Tiger's sword speed was not as fast as Gao Wang's, but each of his sword was more ferocious and violent than Gao Wang's. It was at least 3 times faster. He was like a tiger out of its cage, trying to tear his opponent apart with each sword. Once Ben Tiger attacked, the number 11 disciple could not fight back. He could only dodge and block again and again before he was defeated. Too weak. Ben Tiger shook his head in disappointment after defeating his opponent. He had just finished warming up and his opponent was already defeated. It was not fun at all. The number 12 disciple went up. Nan Wu used his sword and defeated his opponent easily while in the state of mind. The number 11 and 12 disciples were too weak for Ben Tiger and Nan Wu. Even if their opponents' sword intent and profound had reached the peak of the sixth revolution, they were still far from being a match for them. In the third round, number 13 Nye Yunjie went up. His opponent was number 10 Chu Mu. The current Yu is qualified for me to use my full strength, Nye Yunjie said to Chu Mu. Even though his ranking had fallen to 13th, Nye Yunjie's innate strength was still undeniably powerful. Moreover, he had once defeated Chu Mu, although Chu Mu back then was far from being as powerful as he was now. Times have changed, Chu Mu said lightly. That's not necessarily true. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you again, Nye Yunjie said proudly. As soon as his words left his mouth, it immediately caused a wave of discussion. So Chu Mu was defeated by Nye Yunjie before. Then he is definitely not a match for Nye Yunjie now. *T. Who knows when Nye Yunjie defeated Chu Mu? Moreover, Chu Mu did not have sword intent before. Now Chu Mu has sword intent. Who knows? Maybe the rumors from before were all fake. Chu Mu has sword intent, but he just didn't use it. Only now did he have no choice but to use it. When he fought against Nye Yunjie, he may have used sword intent. The people who were debating had their own opinions, but they were either supporting Nye Yunjie or Chu Mu. Chu Mu did not refute Nye Yunjie's words. At that time, his sword intent had not broken through the seal, and he was not as strong as he was now. It was not strange that he was not a match for Nye Yunjie. It was not surprising that he was defeated by Nye Yunjie. Nye Yunjie took the lead and attacked with his sword. It was like a stream of light piercing through the air. Last time, Nye Yunjie defeated Chu Mu with this move. The power of this sword was more than 2 times stronger than last time. Its speed was also more than 50% faster. His sword intent had broken through the seal, and his senses had all improved, allowing Chu Mu to clearly distinguish the trajectory of the sword. His body's reaction speed had greatly increased, and he faced Nye Yunjie's meteor-like sword light. His sword slashed out soundlessly, and not even a sword light appeared. Nye Yunjie's eyebrows trembled. He felt a sense of danger. The meteor-like sword light instantly trembled and exploded, turning into a sky full of cold stars. It was as if the surroundings had turned into a night sky. Countless cold stars whistled as they circled and turned into a meteor shower, densely attacking Chu Mu. It was so inferior, so dense, so gorgeous. It was as if Chu Mu was in the middle of a sky full of stars. Chu Mu was not lost, but he found that Nye Yunjie's aura had disappeared. He could not see his figure at all. It was not a good thing to lose the target. He could not form an effective attack. Every meteor that attacked from all directions was an astonishingly sharp sword. This was Nye Yunjie's true strength. His spiritual consciousness spread out, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It was difficult to find Nye Yunjie's location. It had to be said that Nye Yunjie's strength was not weak. With a shake of the sword, the meteors in front of Chu Mu were instantly dispersed. His sword was faster than the meteors. One meteor after another collapsed under Chu Mu's sword and turned into nothingness. In such a way, Chu Mu's counterattack was so fierce. All the meteor sword light were shattered and disappeared. Chu Mu's sword slashed out. The sword light condensed into a beam and flew out like an aurora, piercing towards Nye Yunjie. It was so fast that Nye Yunjie could only block. Suddenly, with a shake of the sword, a terrifying force penetrated the sword and shattered the protective sword aura. It bombarded Nye Yunjie's inner armor and went straight for his chest. Nye Yunjie took 2 steps back and his chest felt a little stuffy. Chu Mu's sword light descended once again. It was endless, like a long river. Every sword was extremely violent, like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain. Gao Wang's body trembled, while Ben Hu's eyes shone brightly. Chu Mu's attack had the shadow of their respective fighting styles. In other words, it was a simple combination of the two of them. His body did not look strong, but the power that burst out was not below Ben Hu's. Ben Hu's body unconsciously released an astonishing battle intent. If this was not a competition, he would have rushed forward and attacked Chu Mu. He took a deep breath and suppressed the impulse in his heart. However, the battle intent in his eyes was even more intense. Under the continuous attack, Nie Yunjie realized that he could not break through it. He could only block and retreat again and again. Chu Mu's control of the battle was more accurate than Gao Wang's. The connection between each sword was flawless, without any flaws. After a round of storm-like attacks, Chu Mu suddenly kept his sword by his side. All the sword light gathered in an instant. The sword pierced out with a hint of autumn water, startling Luo Qiushui. Nie Yunjie struggled to block Chu Mu's attack and finally stop. However, before he could take a breath, a terrifying killing sword light flew through the air. It was a sword that combined the first 33 moves of the Sky Desolation sword art. Nie Yunjie could not block it at all. His whole body flew out. The tyrannical impact contained the mountain-piercing energy, causing Nie Yunjie to suffer internal injuries. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Getting up, Nie Yunjie stared at Chu Mu and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. There was no doubt that he had lost. He was defeated by Chu Mu's sword. The process was not that difficult. They both had the peak 6th revolution sword intent, but Chu Mu's strength was much stronger than his. The reason why he was able to defeat Chu Mu was because Chu Mu could not use sword intent. No matter how proud Nie Yunjie was, he had to admit this point. Nie Yunjie's defeat also meant that he was eliminated. The Outer Palace tournament of the century had come to an end. Next, he would be reduced to a spectator. The fourth battle had also begun. Tang Jin versus Yi Xiaoxiao. Both of them were beauties with different temperament. Each had their own merits and were very attractive. Chapter 8:18. Tang Jin seemed to be from a military family. She was valiant and valiant. If she wore armor, she would definitely look like a war goddess. As for Yi Xiaoxiao, her temperament was also very unique. She looked gentle and graceful, like the daughter of a noble family. There was also a gentleness of a pretty girl from a humble family. She didn't seem like a powerful swordsman at all. But those who looked down on her would definitely regret it. It was hard to say who was stronger between Tang Jin and Yi Xiaoxiao. They would only know after the battle. Yi Xiaoxiao's sword was just like her temperament. It was generous and gentle, making it difficult to find a flaw in her sword. Practicing the sword was like being a person. One could tell a person's character from their sword skills. In the outer palace of the heaven-desolate Earth Palace, there were not many female disciples. Compared to the male disciples, the ratio was not even 10-1. Among the female disciples, Yi Xiaoxiao and Tang Jin were the best in terms of appearance, temperament, and strength. Simply put, in the hearts of the male disciples, Tang Jin and Yi Xiaoxiao were like goddesses. Now, the two goddesses with completely different temperaments were fighting. The scene was very beautiful. Chu Mu had to admit that watching two beauties fight, especially two powerful beauties, was indeed pleasing to the eye. Yi Xiaoxiao and Tang Jin's sword intent and profound had both reached the peak of the 6th revolution. Their heaven-desolate sword technique was also very brilliant. Their relationship was not bad and they called each other sisters. But they both knew that they could not give in to each other in battle. In the end, Tang Jin defeated Yi Xiaoxiao with a slight advantage and replaced her. As for Yi Xiaoxiao, she was naturally eliminated. "Congratulations, elder sister," said Yi Xiaoxiao leisurely. There wasn't any disappointment on her face. The battle continued. The fifth and final battle of the 6th round was between Gao Wang and Zhuang Libi. The left side of Zhuang Libi's face was covered by his long hair. Even his left eye was covered, leaving only the right side of his face exposed. He could be considered quite handsome, but for some reason, there was a hint of loneliness on his face, as if he had lost something important. His unique temperament made Zhuang Libi the object of admiration in the hearts of many female disciples in the outer palace, second only to Luo Qiushui. As for people like Namo, although he was very powerful, he was somewhat unpredictable and not as charming as Zhuang Libi. Zhuang Libi walked towards the center of the sword battle arena. His footsteps were lonely and lonely. Unknowingly, it affected the mood of some people, making them feel sad for no reason. Some of the female disciples with lower cultivation levels, who were more sensitive, had their eyes red. Even they didn't know why they were like this. They just couldn't suppress the sadness in their hearts and wanted to cry. With Chu Mu's mental cultivation, he naturally wouldn't be affected. However, he was a bit surprised that Zhuang Libi's aura was like this. If it was even stronger, the effect would be even stronger. Imperceptibly, it was a terrifying power. If Zhuang Libi knew how to properly utilize his aura, his strength would increase significantly. Gao Wang's expression was solemn. He didn't dare to relax in front of Zhuang Libi. Without saying anything further, Gao Wang immediately burst forth with his full strength. His sword techniques continuously attacked, and the sword light was like a long river surging endlessly. His might was astonishingly a level higher than when he was fighting Chu Mu. He was even faster, fiercer, and fiercer. Although he had lost under Chu Mu's sword, it was undeniable that Gao Wang was still a genius. True geniuses were often able to understand their own inadequacies in battle. They could even absorb the opponent's strengths and integrate them into themselves to strengthen themselves. Chu Mu was improving in the outer palace competition of the century. So were the others. The only difference was how much they had improved. The river of sword light surged forward and approached Zhuang Libi. Zhuang Libi lowered his head slightly, and a cold light flashed through his right eye. He drew his sword, and the lonely aura became thicker, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to drop. With a slash, the sword light was mournful. There was a whimper. The strongest slash instantly broke Gao Wang's river of sword light. Chu Mu knew that although Gao Wang's strength had increased, he was still weaker than Zhuang Libi. He couldn't possibly be Zhuang Libi's opponent. As expected, under Zhuang Libi's counterattack, Gao Wang's attack was broken. Gao Wang was the kind of swordsman who was good at attacking. He gave up on dodging and defending, and spent almost all of his time cultivating his attack. He attacked continuously, and even opponents who were slightly stronger than him could be defeated by his attack. His advantages were obvious, but so were his disadvantages. Once Gao Wang's attack was broken, he would fall into the rhythm of others. He would lose all his advantages because he wasn't good at defense, blocking, or dodging. Under Zhuang Libi's sword, Gao Wang struggled to hold on. After 3 slashes, he was in danger. By the 5th slash, he was defeated. At this point, the 9th round of the Outer Palace Tournament of the Century had ended, and the 10th round was about to begin. The 10th round didn't start immediately because the disciples participating in the 10th round were the top 10. They were all very strong, and the battles between them were no longer in the same way as before. Instead, they would draw lots. 10 people, 10 lots, 10 numbers. 10 lots appeared again, floating in the air. There was a layer of power covering them, hiding the numbers. They were chosen randomly. Nan Wu, who was in first place, had the right to choose. Nan Wu's spiritual consciousness moved, and it turned into an invisible hand. It grabbed one of the lots, and it flew to him. After Nan Wu made his choice, it was Qi Zhao's turn. Chu Mu was in 10th place, and he was the last one. He didn't have the right to choose, and the last lot was his. When he got the lot, the power on it disappeared, and the number was shown. This number was also the number of his opponent. Chu Mu's lot showed the number 5, which meant that Chu Mu would fight with Duan Yulong. Number 9. Nan Wu announced the number in his hand. His opponent was number 9, Tu Jinghong. As one of the first 3 dark horses, many people were looking forward to Tu Jinghong's performance. They wanted to see if he could force Nan Wu to show his true strength. Tu Jinghong wasn't afraid at all. There was a touch of excitement on his face. Nan Wu, who was in first place, would use his strength to prove his strength. Step by step, Tu Jinghong's aura grew stronger and stronger. He had already pulled out his sword and held it tightly in his hand. It was shaking slightly, as if it was calling. In contrast, Nan Wu had no aura at all. He walked over calmly, but his eyes slowly turned from absent-mindedness to focus. Tu Jinghong was an opponent he couldn't ignore. He was strong enough. Nan Wu's sword was actually the standard Tianhuang sword, but he seemed to have a strange power that made the standard Tianhuang sword look transparent and ethereal. It should be Nan Wu's own special ability. Take this! Tu Jinghong roared. His body floated up strangely, as if supported by an invisible hand. He rushed toward Nan Wu and slashed out with his sword. Like a startled swan, the sword came at him. Nan Wu's eyes were completely focused. There seemed to be a strange circle of light. He saw through the startled swan's sword at a glance. The transparent standard Tianhuang sword slashed out with a backhand, aiming at the flaw. Tu Jinghong's sword sped up. He ignored Nan Wu's attack and continued to slash at him, as if he wanted to exchange injury for injury. Nan Wu's expression didn't change. He was calm. He changed his sword style slightly and pushed Tu Jinghong's sword away. Then, he slashed at Tu Jinghong's throat in the same trajectory. Very strong control. Chu Mu's eyes slightly narrowed as he silently said. Ordinary swordsmen couldn't do what Nan Wu did. After changing his sword style, he could still attack in the same trajectory. It required a strong control of one's own sword. In a sense, the control of the sword was a manifestation of swordsmanship attainment. Nan Wu's attainments in swordsmanship were much better than Tu Jinghong's. Take my Jinghong sword! Tu Jinghong broke out again. His sword intense soared into the sky. His sword was extremely fast. Every sword move was like a startled swan. It was gorgeous and stunning. Tu Jinghong's figure surrounded Nan Wu. He formed many shadows and attacked wildly. His speed was faster than Gao Wang's. There was always someone stronger. However, Nan Wu blocked the Jinghong sword again and again. He didn't move despite Tu Jinghong's storm-like attacks. After 15 minutes, Tu Jinghong's Jinghong sword burst out. It lasted for 15 minutes. Every sword move contained sword essence, sword intent and ultimacy. It was amazing. The onlookers almost suffocated. They all widened their eyes and were deeply shocked. Gao Wang was also dumbfounded. He was good at continuous storm-like attacks. However, he definitely couldn't do it as fast as Tu Jinghong and last for a quarter of an hour. Only then did Gao Wang realize that he really wasn't strong enough. On his own path, he could still continue to improve and go further. However, Nan Wu was stronger. He blocked all of Tu Jinghong's attacks without any difficulty. Even an Iron Man wouldn't be able to withstand a quarter of an hour's worth of explosive attacks. Tu Jinghong's attacks gradually weakened. He knew how to control the rhythm. As soon as his attacks weakened, he immediately unleashed an extremely powerful sword attack. The incomparably sharp sword light was like lightning that streaked across the night sky. It was incomparably resplendent. It blasted towards Nan Wu while he rapidly retreated. Nan Wu's body burst out with an amazing aura. His sword intent had reached the early 7th revolution. It shocked everyone. He slashed out and shattered Tu Jinghong's sword light. He passed through the shattered sword light like a ghost and appeared in front of Tu Jinghong. Tu Jinghong was stunned for a moment. The sword came silently from his blind spot. Tu Jinghong was shocked and quickly dodged. However, it was too late. Nan Wu's sword pierced his ribs. Tu Jinghong's expression changed drastically. He flew backwards and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was defeated, Nan Wu did use his 7th revolution sword intent. Tu Jinghong's outburst also showed him how extraordinary he was. Although he was defeated, it was still a glorious defeat. Chapter 8:19. Nan Wuxiang and the others displayed great strength. Even if it was only the initial stage of the 7th Revolution sword intent, it still shocked everyone. The peak of the 6th Revolution sword intent was the limit that the majority of genius swordsmen could reach. Even though there were many genius swordsmen in the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace, there were very few who could refine their sword intent to the 7th Revolution level. At least, among the more than 30,000 Outer Palace disciples, there was only Nan Wu. Of course, they did not know that Chu Mu's sword intent had already reached the peak of the 8th Revolution. When the second match began, Qi Xiao announced the number in his hand. Number 4, Ma Yunfei. Up until now, Ma Yunfei had not shown any outstanding performance. His strength was undeniably strong. However, compared to Nan Wuqi, Xiao Benhu, and the others, his fighting style was ordinary and mediocre. There was nothing special about it. Therefore, if it was not for the fact that he had been sitting in the 4th seat all this time, he would have been forgotten by others. Qi Xiao versus Ma Yunfei. Qi Xiao's fighting style was like the descent of a demon king. As soon as his sword struck out, it would be in a domineering and violent manner, dominating the entire battlefield. His standard Heaven Wasteland sword was covered with a layer of black luster. As he danced, the black sword light densely covered the surroundings, enveloping his entire body. As he fought wildly, his eyes emitted a shocking red light, as if he was the demon king of the sword, wreaking havoc on the earth. The violent aura swept out in all directions, but Ma Yunfei's expression did not change. He allowed Qi Xiao to attack, displaying his amazing tenacity, and withstood Qi Xiao's demon king like attacks time and time again. So far, Ma Yunfei, who had not done anything extraordinary, displayed his outstanding defense for the first time. In the face of Qi Xiao's attacks, Ma Yunfei was like a reef in the middle of a stormy sea, standing tall and firm. No matter how the giant waves crashed against him, he was still as majestic as a mountain. The fierce battle was unusually exciting, making people forget to breathe. After fighting for a long time, Qi Xiao let out a furious roar. As the muscles all over his body swelled, waves of black light gushed out from his body like smoke. At a glance, he looked like a demon king shrouded in darkness. The speed of each of his sword attacks was increasing, and the strength of each of his attacks was also increasing. Each attack was stronger than the last. Facing Qi Xiao's increasingly tyrannical attacks, Ma Yunfei's face gradually revealed a grave expression. Chu Mu stared at Qi Xiao with a solemn expression. His intuition told him that this wasn't some secret art. It was more like a support-type art, a terrifying support-type art. Perhaps Namo had also cultivated some kind of auxiliary technique. Ma Yunfei held his sword with both hands and stood on his horse, as steady as Mount Tai. With a loud clang, Ma Yunfei's entire body was sent flying backwards, almost touching the ground. He coughed up blood. Ma Yunfei's body flew backwards, almost touching the ground. This sword was too powerful. After sending Ma Yunfei flying, Qi Xiao did not pursue him. He stood with his sword in hand. His body seemed to be wrapped in black flames. His eyes shone with a scarlet light and the corners of his mouth curled up in a devilish smile. The third match began. Ben Hu's opponent was number 8 Luo Qiushui. The moment he stood up, it was as if the king of tigers had awakened from a deep slumber. The moment he took a step forward, it was as if the king of tigers had walked down the mountain. His aura was extremely powerful. This terrifying Tiger King aura rushed towards Luo Qiushui, crushing him. Faintly, the crowd seemed to have heard the roar of the King of Tigers, causing their hearts to tremble and their bodies to tremble. Luo Qiushui's expression slightly changed. His footsteps paused for a moment, but he immediately took another step forward. His expression returned to its original calm state. Everyone thought that Ben Hu's strength would not be weaker than Qi Xiao's. Fight, fight, fight. Tiger King out of the cage, Qiushui long sky. Ben, whose strength was indeed terrifying. His dominance, his brutality, it was different from Qi Zhao's, but it was not inferior to his. Facing Ben, whose sword, Luo Qiushui was having a hard time defending himself. If this continued, Luo Qiushui's defeat was a foreseeable fact. Ben, who leaped up high, like the king of tigers leaping in the sky. From the top of the mountain, he roared like a tiger in the forest. His sword split the sky and earth, shattering the vast earth. Luo Qiushui raised his head to look at Ben, who in the sky. A huge shadow shrouded him, and in his eyes, he saw the king of tigers. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and a sharp intent gushed out from his not-so-strong body. It was like a volcano that had been dormant for 100 years suddenly erupting. The sharp intent seemed to tear the sky apart, piercing through the clouds. Sword intent. Terrifying sword intent. Sword intent that had reached the 7th rank. In an instant, everyone was shocked. Their eyes widened, and their thoughts seemed to have stopped. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, and they were all focused on Luo Qiushui. In the air, Ben who had slashed down with his sword, also revealed a trace of astonishment and shock. 7th rank sword intent. Originally, among the Outer Palace disciples, it was already surprising that Nan Wu had a 7th rank sword intent. Who would have thought that there was another hidden one? Luo Qiushui. Looking at Luo Qiushui, Nan Wu's eyes shone with a sharp light. Chu Mu was also very surprised, but it was only surprise. His opinion was different from others. A mere 7th rank sword intent, moreover, it was only at the initial 7th rank. Although it wasn't bad, compared to his peak 8th rank sword intent, it was simply trash. A sword pierced through the air. The early 7th rank sword intent displayed a terrifying sharpness. Ben whose aura was instantly disintegrated, and the ice and snow melted. Under Luo Qiushui's sword light, everything was shattered and sent flying. Ben who was defeated. So strong. Luo Qiushui hid his strength so well. 7th rank sword intent is too strong. I am sure that the first place will be between Nan Wu and Luo Qiushui. Tu Jinghong and Chu Mu are the dark horses. Luo Qiushui is the super dark horse, the only super dark horse. The cheers were louder than before. Luo Qiushui had become the super dark horse in everyone's eyes, and the only one who could compete with Nan Wu. The 4th match, Ma Yunfei vs. Tang Jun. There were 10 people, and each of them drew a lot. Each of them had an opponent. For example, after Ma Yunfei was defeated by Qi Xiao, it was his turn to fight against the opponent with the corresponding number. Ma Yunfei vs. Tang Jun. Ma Yunfei was good at defense, while Tang Jun was good at offense. In the battle, Ma Yunfei displayed a good offense. Because to him, Tang Jun's offense could not bring him much pressure, and naturally, he could not defend against it. Under Ma Yunfei's defense, Tang Jun was defeated in a short time. The difference in strength between the two was obvious. In the 5th match, it was Duan Yulong's turn. His opponent was Zhuang Libi. The 5th and 6th match. Duan Yulong's sword was fast and powerful. It was like a dragon rising out of the sea. Zhuang Libi's sword was filled with a sense of desolation, rising and falling. In the fierce battle, both sides were evenly matched. This battle lasted for half an hour. In the end, Duan Yulong won with a slight advantage and defeated Zhuang Libi. In the 6th match, it was Zhuang Libi's turn. Because he had just finished a match, he was given 15 minutes to rest. His opponent was number 10, Chu Mu. Both of them went up, drew their swords, and attacked without saying a word. Zhuang Libi's desolate aura had no effect on Chu Mu. Even if it was 10 times stronger, it would not affect Chu Mu, who had the peak 8th revolution sword essence. Chu Mu's eyesight was amazing. He had seen Zhuang Libi's battles with his own eyes and understood his style. In the battle, after a few attempts, Chu Mu launched the fiercest counterattack. Zhuang Libi's sword essence and wind profound meaning had both reached the peak 6th revolution. His control of power had already reached the peak of the peak 6th revolution realm. His swordsmanship attainments had reached the 5th and 6th level of the sword domain. He had rich battle experience, a unique style, and his own rhythm. But compared to Chu Mu, the difference was obvious. Even though Chu Mu had only used the peak 6th revolution sword essence, after 15 minutes of fierce battle, Chu Mu's sword found a flaw and counterattacked. This disrupted Zhuang Libi's rhythm and allowed Chu Mu to take control and defeat him. In the 7th match, Tang Jin's opponent was Qi Xiao. Unfortunately, she lost to Qi Xiao's sword. In the 8th match, Luo Qiushui's opponent was Ben Hu. It was a great coincidence. Although he had lost to Luo Qiushui, Ben Hu was not afraid. Instead, he was full of battle intent and attacked with all his might. He was even stronger than before. Unfortunately, although his strength had improved, there was no qualitative change. In the end, he was still defeated by Luo Qiushui's 7th revolution sword essence. The difference between the peak 6th revolution and the early 7th revolution was very obvious. In the 9th match, Tu Jinghong did not know whether to laugh or cry. Because he had drawn number 1. The first match was between Nan Wu and Tu Jinghong. The 9th match was between Tu Jinghong and Nan Wu. After losing one match, Tu Jinghong only had one last chance. But his opponent was Nan Wu, an absolutely powerful swordsman with 7th revolution sword essence. Tu Jinghong had no hope. It was a battle where he gave it his all. His Jinghong sword was even more stunning, but he still lost to Nan Wu. In the 10th match, Chu Mu drew number 5, Duan Yulong. Previously, Duan Yulong had fought with Chu Mu. It was a battle of swordsmanship. He was defeated by Chu Mu. After that, Duan Yulong had told Chu Mu that in the end, they would fight with all their might. Now the time had come. Number 10 against number 5. Chu Mu against Duan Yulong. Chu Mu had some understanding of Duan Yulong's fighting style through a few matches. On the other hand, Duan Yulong didn't know much about Chu Mu's fighting style because Chu Mu was most adept at being tolerant. Tolerant of sword techniques, absorbing everything into his own, perfecting himself and perfecting himself. This is our second match. Duan Yulong smiled. I won't lose to you in this match. No matter what kind of battle it is, you will lose, Chu Mu said. He was more confident because he was stronger than Duan Yulong. Come on. Duan Yulong smiled. He did not know Chu Mu's true strength, so he was very confident in himself. Both of them drew their swords. In an instant they rushed at each other. Sword light was like a flying swallow. Chapter 820. The figure and sword light blended together, flickering like a dragon. Around Chu Mu, there were 36 streaks of light wreaking havoc. It was Duan Yulong's sword technique combo. He named it the Sky Dragon 36 Styles. Now, the Sky Dragon 36 Styles was not only a combo of sword techniques, but also a combination of sword intent at the peak of the 6th turn and fire profound, as well as Tian Huang's sword energy at the peak of the origin realm. The power of each strike was earth-shattering. 36 forms, 36 swords, attacking from all directions. There was no way to avoid the sword, not even the blind spots. It could be said to be a perfect combo of swordsmanship. Duan Yulong was strong, but Chu Mu was stronger. Therefore, Chu Mu blocked all of the Sky Dragon 36 styles and counterattacked with the last strike of the Flying Swan Illusory 6 strike. It was absolutely domineering. Duan Yulong lost, and Chu Mu won. Now, the 10th round of the market competition had ended. The rule of this round was that every disciple had to fight twice. Those who lost both times would be eliminated. After the competition ended, there were 3 disciples who lost both times: Tu Jinghong, Tang Jin, and Ben Hu. With 3 eliminated, there were still 7 left. The rankings had also changed accordingly. First place was still Nan Wu, second place was still Qi Xiao, But third place was Luo Qiushui, fourth place was still Ma Yunfei, fifth place was Chu Mu, sixth place was Duan Yulong, and seventh place was Zhuang Libi. Today's competition had ended. It was time to rest at night. Chu Mu continued to meditate and cultivate. He used his mind and sword intent to break the Godseal blood curse on the gold profound. The competition continued the next day. The 11th round was the same as the 10th round. 7 lots floated in the air, covered with a layer of power, allowing the 7 disciples to choose. Nan Wu was first, and he was the first to choose. Zhuang Libi was the last. In the first round of the 11th round, Nan Wu was number 7, and he was up against Zhuang Libi. Zhuang Libi was not weak, but he was still struggling against Nan Wu. Therefore, under Nan Wu's 7-turn sword intent, Zhuang Libi was defeated quickly. He had no chance to fight back. In the second round, Qi Xiao was up against number 6, Duan Yulong. Qi Xiao was like a devil. His next strike would definitely be more powerful than the previous one. After struggling for a while, Duan Yulong was still defeated by Qi Xiao. There was no doubt that Nan Wu and Qi Xiao were strong. For the third match, when Luo Qiushui announced the number in his hand, the audience was first stunned and then boiled over. Number 1. Luo Qiushui's opponent was number 1, Namo. In the third round of the 11th round, Luo Qiushui was Yulong Yong of the two. One was already known to be powerful, while the other was a dark horse, a super dark horse. Both of them had 7th Revolution early stage sword intent. There was Qiushui Yang Yy Yong, Qiushui Yong Yang, Yong of Qiu Yin Yong of the Qiu was a Yong 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 Ong Ong. Was it Yong Yong Yong? That was Yong Yang, Yong Yong Yang Yong Ong 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 Ong. It was like the Yong Yong Ong Yong Yong Ong. In the audience, some people shouted Nan Wu's name, while others shouted Luo Qiushui's name. Show me your full strength. Ever since the first round of the tournament, the champion of Namo had spoken. His voice was just like his actions, a little erratic. This is what I want to say to you. Luo Qiushui's reply was surprising. Once the two appeared, the smell of gunpowder filled the air. They did not hold back. In an instant, their not-so-strong bodies exploded with sharp initial stage rank 7 sword intents. They soared into the sky and shattered the clouds. The formless sword intents seemed to have an outline. Like 2 balls of flames, they burned on Nan Wu and Luo Qiushui. The sharpness of the sword intents was constantly released, clashing and resisting each other. Their gazes were very sharp. When their gazes collided, there seemed to be the sound of electricity jumping in the air. Before the sword was drawn, the sharpness was already shocking. The formless sword intents made the spectators around the arena almost suffocate. They drew their swords in an instant. The sword intents were guided by the swords and gushed out, tearing the sky. The sword cries were earth-shattering. The erratic sword light and the murderous sword light crisscrossed in the blink of an eye, as if in slow motion. After the sword light crisscrossed, its speed increased by thousands of times, crisscrossing, circling, and striking out. The sword light and sword shadow crisscrossed. Every sword strike contained a terrifying power. Once it hit, it would definitely cause damage to the opponent. However, the power in every sword strike was restrained. If it did not hit, it would not explode. Therefore, it would not cause unnecessary waste of power. Nan Wu and Luo Qiushui not only had initial stage rank 7 sword intents, they also had rich battle experience. Moreover, their battle talent was above ordinary people. It was shocking. Watching the battle between the two of them was both pleasing to the eye and thrilling to the soul. The erratic sword light went up and down, left and right. It was impossible to tell where the sword would land. Nan Wu's sword light seemed to be everywhere. Luo Qiushui's sword light was filled with the murderous aura of autumn. It was continuous like water, firm and indomitable. It could not be cut or defeated. Fight, fight, fight. Every movement of the two of them was filled with power, fusing it into every sword strike. The power was extremely shocking. The two of them were circling around each other in a small area. Some of their attacks were probing, and some of them were direct attacks. Both of them were looking for each other's flaws. They were prepared to disrupt each other's rhythm and make it their own. Once they were brought into their own rhythm, they would be able to seize the initiative and seize a chance to win. However, both of them were combat geniuses with astonishing talent. Their grasp of rhythm was also very exquisite and unique. Both of them were using their own rhythm to fight. It looked like they were constantly colliding. Time after time, the collisions were extremely thrilling and brilliant. Chu Mu's eyes stared unblinkingly at Nan Wu and Luo Qiushui. He was different from others and could multitask. Therefore, his left eye stared at Nan Wu, while his right eye stared at Luo Qiushui. He memorized their every movement, every detail, without missing a single detail. At the same time, he was analyzing in his heart and differentiating the strengths and weaknesses of their movements. Watching the battle, Chu Mu was also constantly improving himself. No one could be like him, constantly improving himself. Finding an opportunity, Luo Qiushui instantly exploded. Sword light was continuous and tough. Autumn water long sky. It was a series of 33 moves. In the end, the 33 moves merged into one, the most powerful move. The sword light was like a long river, full of murderous aura. The integration of the early 7th Revolution sword essence made the power of autumn water long sky even more terrifying. Nan Wu's eyes burst out with amazing light. His pupils became dark and deep, as if they had absorbed all the light around. Luo Qiushui's sword light was reflected in his eyes. The sword in his hand seemed to have disappeared. It became transparent and more ethereal. With a wave of his right hand, the sword light of his sword, which had almost disappeared, became faintly discernible. In an instant, 13 consecutive sword lights struck the long river of autumn waters, causing a flaw to appear in the flawless long river of sword light, and it was instantly defeated. The last sword light tore through the air. Nan Wu's figure also became faintly discernible. In a flash, he rushed forward like a ghost. He held his sword in front of him, as if he had completely torn apart everything in front of him. He also seemed to have merged into the air. Following the sword light of autumn water long sky, he cut his throat. Compared to Luo Qiushui's swordsmanship, Nan Wu's swordsmanship style was more unique. It had the shadow and taste of the Sky Desolation sword art. It seemed to have separated from the Sky Desolation sword art. From this point, it could be seen that Nan Wu was better than Luo Qiushui in the Sky Desolation sword art. He was also better than Chu Mu. Of course, this did not mean that Nan Wu's swordsmanship was better than Chu Mu's. It was just that Chu Mu's understanding of the Sky Desolation sword art was temporarily better than Chu Mu's. Luo Qiushui's sword light was desolate, but it could not hit Nan Wu. Occasionally, the sword light would pass through, but Nan Wu's figure seemed to be transparent. It was as if he did not exist. He was unharmed. The strange opponent made Luo Qiushui's heart heavy. His sword had clearly hit the opponent, but it suddenly missed. It was as if he had stabbed into the air. A strange feeling of nothingness made him very uncomfortable. Nan Wu did not dare to underestimate Luo Qiushui at all. He also showed his true strength, his full strength. He showed his uniqueness in front of everyone. The fleeting sword and the strange figure. It seemed that Luo Qiushui was at a disadvantage, but just like his swordsmanship, Luo Qiushui was full of tenacity and indomitable. It was a battle of attrition. The strength of both sides was revealed step by step. It was getting more and more exciting, more and more tyrannical. It was so brilliant that people couldn't take their eyes off it. They even forgot to breathe. They didn't even know how to blink. There were only two figures, two mixed-together sword lights, constantly colliding. Luo Qiushui was very clear about the feeling of not being able to grasp his opponent. He seemed to have fallen into a whirlpool and could not pull himself out. Once he stopped, he would be hit by Nan Wu's sword. Therefore, he could only continue to attack. No matter how strong he was, he could not last forever. After half an hour, Luo Qiushui's sword light suddenly stopped. Nan Wu immediately grasped the moment and attacked. He attacked along the flaw and disrupted Luo Qiushui's rhythm. Both of them were masters at controlling the rhythm. Once Luo Qiushui's rhythm was disrupted, he immediately tried to recover. However, Nan Wu would not give him the chance. He controlled the rhythm and led the advantage to his side little by little. Suddenly, Nan Wu erupted once again. The sword light was blazing like the sun in the sky. It was peerlessly domineering, incinerating everything. In the next instant, the sword light that was like the sun disappeared without a trace. The sword also disappeared. Luo Qiushui had just closed his eyes when Nan Wu's sword quietly appeared behind him and hit his back. Luo Qiushui's body shook. He used the momentum to turn around and counterattack. His sword missed and Nan Wu's sword hit his chest again. Chapter 8:21. The first battle of the 11th round ended with Nan Wu winning and Luo Qiushui losing. In the second battle, Qi Xiao entered the stage. His opponent was Zhuang Libi. When the battle started, Zhuang Libi used all of his strength. A desolate aura filled the entire arena. Zhuang Libi's outburst brought enough pressure to Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao's body emitted a black light again. It was like a burning flame. His eyes turned red as if a demon king had arrived. Qi Xiao in his demon king form was extremely terrifying. Zhuang Libi was not his opponent at all. Under Qi Xiao's sword, he could only defend and dodge. He could not fight back and was defeated after a short while. In the third battle, it was Luo Qiushui's turn again. His opponent was Ma Yunfei. Ma Yunfei's battle power had improved. His defense was even stronger. However, under Luo Qiushui's early 7th Revolution sword intent, he was defeated in the end. The fourth battle was also against Ma Yunfei. Because he had just finished a battle, Ma Yunfei was given 15 minutes to rest. After 15 minutes, the battle began. His opponent was number 6 Duan Yulong. Duan Yulong performed the Sky Dragon 36 styles and attacked Ma Yunfei from all angles. His attacks were continuous and had no blind spot. However, Ma Yunfei blocked them all. However, Ma Yunfei's weakness in fighting back was revealed. He could not defeat Duan Yulong. The two sides exchanged attacks. Attacking, defending, and counterattacking. The intense battle became a protracted battle. After 30 minutes, the battle was still going on. The intense battle made people unable to take their eyes off it. After another 15 minutes, Duan Yulong's endurance was not as good as Ma Yunfei's. It started to show. He was gradually suppressed by Ma Yunfei and finally lost under Ma Yunfei's sword. In the fifth battle, it was Chu Mu's turn. When he announced the number he had signed, another round of frenzy was set off. The first round of frenzy was between Luo Qiushui and Nan Wu. The second round of frenzy that Chu Mu had triggered was between him and Qi Xiao. Although the Demon King like Qi Xiao did not have the 7th Revolution sword intent, his battle power was extremely terrifying. Under the Demon King form, his battle power was not inferior to Luo Qiushui under the 7th Revolution sword intent. Let me see if you can force me to use all of my strength. Qi Xiao strode forward, a red light flashing in his eyes. His fighting spirit was rising, and his demonic nature was rampant. His muscular body contained an astonishing amount of power and explosive power. With every step he took, the world behind him seemed to be gradually swallowed up by darkness. Qi Xiao seemed to have walked out from the depths of the devil world. He was like a devil king from the abyss, bringing with him a boundless tyrannical aura. His sword was already unsheathed, and as he waved it lightly, a black luster lingered in the air, overlapping and extending outwards, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. What? Could it be that Qi Xiao didn't use his full strength before? Qi Xiao's words shocked many people. Even Nan Wu was surprised. In that state, Qi Xiao was very powerful. Nan Wu thought that it would not be easy to defeat him, but he did not expect that Qi Xiao was not using his full strength. In that case, how powerful was Qi Xiao's full strength? Could Chu Mu force out Qi Xiao's full strength? Qi Xiao's demonic aura seemed to surge from the endless abyss, filling the arena. As the wind howled, the black luster swept out like a storm, rushing towards Chu Mu, wanting to drown him. Such an aura alone was enough to numb the hands and feet of an ordinary swordsman of the 6th revolution, and weaken his strength by more than 30%. This was Qi Xiao's test. Chu Mu's previous performance had surprised Qi Xiao. Then, his sword intent had broken through the seal. Coupled with Chu Mu's swordsmanship and various talents, his comprehensive strength had completely aroused Qi Xiao's fighting spirit. But if Chu Mu's strength was only what he had shown before, it would only arouse some fighting spirit. It was not enough for him to use his full strength. In the face of Qi Xiao's demonic aura, Chu Mu's expression did not change. His footsteps were not affected at all. He was not in a hurry, neither slow nor fast. Step by step, the distance between each step was exactly the same, as if it had been precisely calculated and rehearsed. With each step, Chu Mu was able to burst out a powerful sword attack. Having seen Qi Xiao's battle, feeling Qi Xiao's aura, and coupled with his true strength, Chu Mu was not afraid at all. In an instant, endless sharpness was released from Chu Mu's body. It was only the sword intent of the 6th revolution, but it was extremely pure, comparable to the sword intent of the 7th revolution. Nan Wu and Luo Qiushui's expressions changed slightly. The terrifying sharpness of the sword intent was integrated with Chu Mu's own understanding and mastery of swordsmanship and swordsmanship. The sharpness of the sword, the sharpness of the person, and the sharpness of the soul were all released, forming a unique sword pressure. This sword pressure was like a peerless divine sword that could cut through gold and jade, and cut through the void. Everything between heaven and earth seemed to be cut open. In an instant, it contended with the surging Qi Xiao's demonic aura as an equal. Everyone saw a strange scene. Chu Mu and Qi Xiao were more than 10 meters apart, facing each other from a distance. Astonishing auras rose from both of them, clashing and resisting each other. It was like the boundary between the Chu River and the Han River, which were clearly separated. The sky behind them seemed to have been invaded, becoming part of them. That aura, that sword pressure, seemed to have merged with heaven and earth behind them. Good, ha 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 ha. Qi Xiao's body trembled, and his aura grew stronger. Chu Mu could resist his aura and counterattack, occupying half of the realm as an equal. This was completely beyond his expectations, and also made him even more excited. His fighting spirit erupted, and with a rumble, the battle arena under his feet seemed to tremble like an earthquake. Mountain rocks collapsed, and heaven and earth cracked. Qi Xiao turned into a domineering black figure, and the sky behind him seemed to have turned into a dark night, which made his aura even more vigorous and full of demonic nature. With the sword in his hand, black light swept across the sky, dancing wildly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Chu Mu and slashed down. It was a simple slash, but it was the fusion of the first 33 moves of the Heavenly Desolation sword art. That sword contained the preliminary control of power, and it exploded in an instant, causing the air under the sword to collapse, forming a vacuum. It produced a terrible suction force that sucked Chu Mu's sword and body. There was no air, and he could not breathe. Chu Mu felt suffocated. For a swordsman at Qi Xiao's level, even with the preliminary control of power, the power was very shocking, not to mention that it was the fusion of the first 33 moves of the Heavenly Desolation sword art. It was perfectly compatible with the preliminary power, and its power was increased several times. The trajectory of this sword was very simple, and in Chu Mu's eyes, it was very clear. This sword did not pay attention to technique, and it could even be said that Qi Xiao's attack did not pay attention to technique. It was simple and straightforward, and its power was domineering and full of demonic nature. It even contained a trace of influence on the spiritual level. It was very weak, but Chu Mu could feel that it was different from the impact of the spiritual mind. It seemed to be caused by the special characteristics of the cultivation method that Qi Shao cultivated. Although it was weak, it could still cause a certain impact on the opponent, making it difficult for the opponent to concentrate, and would be defeated faster. Unfortunately, this method was useless against Chu Mu. Strangely clear, Chu Mu used the flying swan illusory step. In an instant the afterimage was shattered, and his real body appeared beside Qi Shao. He waved the heavenly desolation sword and cut at Qi Zhao's waist. Qi Shao seemed to be prepared. He twisted his body and avoided Chu Mu's sword. His sword, with a demonic storm, descended and wanted to tear Chu Mu to pieces. The flying swan illusory steps was used to the limit, and Chu Mu's sword intent output was always at the limit of the sixth revolution. Although the purity was surprising, it was still at the limit of the sixth revolution sword intent, and could not be compared to the seventh revolution sword intent. Attack, attack, attack. Qi Shao constantly attacked. Although his attack speed was not very fast, the connection between each sword was very perfect, and there were almost no flaws. The stronger the expert, the fewer flaws there were. Allowing Qi Shao to continuously attack, Chu Mu used the flying swan illusory steps again and again to dodge, causing Qi Zhao's sword to miss. Occasionally, he would counterattack with a sword, and immediately disrupt Qi Zhao's rhythm. However, Qi Shao was very powerful, and he instantly regained his rhythm. However, no matter how hard he tried, Chu Mu always drifted outside, and did not enter his rhythm, causing him to be unable to seize the initiative, and unable to gain the upper hand. After fighting for a long time, Qi Zhao's body once again emitted a black luster that burned like a flame. As it swayed, Qi Zhao's body was submerged within it. The red light in his eyes grew even more intense, forming two beams of red light that shot into the sky. They were filled with an imposing aura. Personally experiencing it, Chu Mu felt that the vigor emitted from Qi Zhao's body was increasing bit by bit. The power of each sword was also steadily increasing, becoming more and more powerful, as if there was no limit. When the sword came into contact, the tyrannical power sent Chu Mu flying. He immediately used the force to execute the flying swan illusory steps in midair, and at the same time, dissipated the tyrannical power. It is indeed a support-type cultivation technique. Chu Mu secretly thought. The purpose of personally experiencing it was to verify whether it was true or not. Support-type cultivation techniques were rare, especially good ones. Instinct told Chu Mu that Qi Zhao's support-type cultivation technique was definitely very high level, and could continuously increase the vigor and power of the sword, as if there was no limit. It was very terrifying, and was even more powerful than his ice soul cold frost technique. When Qi Shao used a support-type cultivation technique, he would not fall into a weakened state like when he used a secret technique. However, it would constantly consume the special power cultivated by the support-type cultivation technique. Once it was used up, he would have to replenish it. Under normal circumstances, replenishing it was very difficult. Seeing Qi Shao use it repeatedly, he should have some kind of treasure that could accelerate his recovery. In such a state, Qi Shao seemed to have really transformed into a demon king, and immediately brought great pressure to Chu Mu. Chu Mu had no choice but to reveal another trump card, and take out more power to fight. A wisp of frost immediately appeared on the blade of the Tianhuang sword. That was the power of the Ice Soul Cold Frost technique. For the first time, during the Outer Palace 100-year competition, Chu Mu used the Ice Soul Cold Frost technique, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped. Chapter 8:22. The air was originally filled with black light, but as soon as Chu Mu used the Ice Soul Frost technique, a white frost immediately spread out. Countless air was frozen into ice particles that floated around Chu Mu like stars surrounding the moon. It was a magnificent sight. What did Chu Mu do? That's the power of ice. Isn't Chu Mu cultivating that infinite desolate sword essence? It must be an auxiliary ice-type cultivation technique. I didn't expect him to be so lucky to have an auxiliary cultivation technique. Looking at Qi Xiao, he must have also cultivated an auxiliary cultivation technique. As soon as Chu Mu used the Ice Soul Frost technique, it immediately caused a series of exclamations. Just how strong is Chu Mu? To think that he was still hiding his strength. When he didn't have the sword intent, he also didn't use the auxiliary ice-type cultivation technique. This guy is really good at hiding, Duan Yulong said to himself. Nie Yunjie was somewhat unconvinced, but when he saw this, the unconvinced feeling in his heart dissipated. It turned out that Chu Mu was still hiding his strength, and he was indeed no match for him. This boy indeed has some tricks up his sleeve, the third palace master said as he nodded secretly. I wonder if this boy still hasn't hidden his strength, or has he already shown all his strength? A true palace elder said, voicing the thoughts of all the other elders. We'll know if we continue watching. Good, you really didn't disappoint me. Qi Xiao was startled at first, but then he laughed loudly. The stronger Chu Mu was, the happier he was. The more excited he was, the more powerful his battle strength would be. A true genius would become stronger when encountering a strong opponent, and the more they fought, the stronger they became. Qi Xiao was a true genius. The power of the Ice Soul Frost technique clashed with his black power, and the frost spread out and instantly disintegrated. The two swords clashed and were equally matched. For a time, no one could do anything to the other. In terms of endurance and toughness, Chu Mu was not inferior to anyone. Even when facing the tremendous pressure brought about by Qi Xiao, he still managed to withstand it and fought a fierce battle. As the battle raged, Qi Xiao's entire standard Tianhuang sword was completely dyed black, burning like a flame. The strange thing was that it did not have any temperature, but it possessed a terrifying power, causing the power of his every strike to seem like it had just entered the initial stage of eruption, and was constantly increasing. Chu Mu's sword was also infused with a large amount of Ice Soul power. The Ice Soul power spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to drop once again. It spread out, causing the audience around the arena to feel a chill invade them. They kept dodging and colliding with each other. Countless sparks flew like fireworks on a summer night. The sword was like a flying phoenix, a flood dragon, a flowing light, and a demon king. In an instant, the two swords collided once again. Black and white burst forth. Under the tyrannical power, Qi Xiao was forced back, and so was Chu Mu. In terms of physical strength, Qi Xiao was stronger than Chu Mu. Therefore, Qi Xiao was forced back 3 meters, while Chu Mu was forced back 4 meters. They faced each other again with a distance of 7 meters between them. They pointed their swords at each other, and the fighting spirit in their eyes gushed out like volcanic magma. Qi Xiao, who was covered in black light, looked like a demon king. Perhaps because the special power of the auxiliary technique had been exhausted, the black light gradually faded. The red light in Qi Xiao's eyes also weakened a lot. He grinned, and his demonic nature was wild. The white frost in Chu Mu's sword also faded. After a fierce battle, the Ice Soul power of the Ice Soul Frost technique was almost exhausted. Chu Mu, I am very happy. Next, I will use all my strength to defeat you, Qi Xiao said. Ah, Qi Xiao has not used all his strength? Immediately, many people were shocked. Qi Xiao was already more powerful than before, but they did not expect that he had not used all his strength. Come on. Chu Mu did not refute and said lightly. With a boom, as if thunder had exploded in the sky, the earth cracked and the sky shattered. A terrifying sharpness burst out from Qi Xiao's strong body, like an active volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years. It had accumulated power for thousands of years, and once it erupted, it was earth-shattering. Sword Essence. 7th Revolution Sword Essence. 7th Revolution Early Stage Sword Essence. What? It is 7th Revolution Sword Essence. So this is Qi Zhao's true strength. Nan Wu was shocked, Luo Qiushui was shocked, and everyone was shocked. Although Qi Zhao, who had used an auxiliary technique, was rated as comparable to Luo Qiushui, there was still a gap because of 7th Revolution Sword Essence. 6th Revolution Sword Essence and 7th Revolution Early Stage Sword Essence were qualitative changes, and there was a huge gap that was difficult to cross. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. The third palace master and many elders of the true palace laughed heartily. The more talented and powerful the disciples of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace were, the better. It was the fortune of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace. So far, in the Outer Palace, there were 3 people who had 7th Revolution Sword Essence: Nan Wu, Qi Zhao, and Luo Qiushui. Qi Zhao, who had 7th Revolution Sword Essence, was even more terrifying. With a leap, he directly crossed 7 meters and appeared in front of Chu Mu. His sword, which contained 7th Revolution Sword Essence, slashed down. Chu Mu found that Qi Zhao's sword was even faster. The air in front of him was not compressed, but was directly cut open. The sharpness was extremely shocking. Before Chu Mu could react, the sword flashed, and there was a sense of confusion. It instantly divided into 9 rays, attacking from all directions, and gave Chu Mu a feeling that he could not dodge. Qi Zhao, who had descended in a demon-like manner, was full of power and was extremely overbearing. Now, he had erupted with 7th Revolution Sword Essence, and the sword attack was accompanied by exquisite skills. It was the first time that everyone had seen Qi Zhao like this. Unable to dodge, he could only block. The 2 swords collided, and the tyrannical sharpness pressed down. Chu Mu was sent flying, his qi and blood were shaken, and his face was pale. He was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Without stopping, Qi Zhao followed up, and the sword, which contained 7th Revolution Sword Essence, madly attacked like a crazy demon. Dodging and blocking, Chu Mu was under more pressure. Under Qi Zhao's attack, he kept retreating, and it seemed that he was about to be defeated. Chu Mu is bound to lose. If he doesn't have a stronger move, Chu Mu is bound to lose this time. Don't forget, he is just a new disciple. Among more than 10,000 new disciples, only Chu Mu has reached this step. To be able to reach this step shows that his talent and strength are far above others. Given some time, he will not be inferior to Nan Wu and the others. That is a matter for the future. Moreover, the Outer Palace competition is held once every 100 years. Almost everyone thought that Chu Mu was bound to lose. Qi Zhao was too strong. The 2 swords collided again, and this time, it was even more tyrannical. Chu Mu was sent flying more than 20 meters away, his internal organs were shaken, and his qi and blood were in turmoil. "Admit defeat," Qi Zhao said. His eyes were shining with an amazing sharpness. With a wave of his sword, he burst out again and rushed toward Chu Mu. "It's time for me to show my strength," Chu Mu smiled and said softly, but everyone heard his voice. "What? Did I hear it wrong? Does Chu Mu mean that he is still holding back? How is this possible? Does he also have 7th Revolution Sword Essence? Don't joke. 7th Revolution Sword Essence? How is that possible? He is just a new disciple." The third palace master and the true palace elders were also taken aback. Then, they revealed looks of interest and deep anticipation. "This little guy isn't bragging, is he? Let's see." Chu Mu suddenly became the center of attention. Qi Zhao also heard Chu Mu's words, but he thought it was a joke. But in the next moment, he knew that it was not a joke. With a boom, a powerful sharpness gushed out from Chu Mu's thin body. It was like an active volcano that had been dormant for 10,000 years, spewing out terrifying energy in an instant. It was Sword Essence that had reached 7th Revolution Sword Essence. Seventh Revolution Early Stage Sword Essence. With a bang, many people were unable to remain calm and abruptly stood up. Their eyes widened as they stared dumbly at Chu Mu. Nan Wu and Luo Qiushui only felt their hearts beat faster, while Duan Yulong and the others were all stunned and dumbfounded. Seventh Revolution Sword Essence. Chu Mu actually had Seventh Revolution Sword Essence. This boy is still hiding something. Seventh Revolution Sword Essence. In addition to his swordsmanship, his talent is outstanding. No wonder the Underworld God clan used the God-sealing blood curse to seal him. Seeing Qi Xiao charge straight at him, Chu Mu's expression was calm. He retracted his sword intent and gathered it in his sword. He waved his sword forward, and the sword light ripped apart the sky like a surging river. Qi Xiao hurriedly swung his sword. Sword light raged and Qi Xiao was sent flying. Chu Mu took the lead in this attack, so Qi Xiao did not have enough time to gather his strength. He did not have enough strength and was a little rushed. What a pure sword essence! Qi Xiao was shocked. They were both 7th rank initial stage sword intents, but the purity of Chu Mu's sword intent was clearly a level higher than his. According to his estimations, Chu Mu's sword intent had probably reached the 7th rank middle stage, and its power would naturally be even stronger. Now, it's my turn to attack, Chu Mu said calmly. His figure flashed, leaving afterimages. He appeared in front of Qi Xiao and swung his sword again. As soon as he swung his sword, it was a continuous and endless attack. Slice, stab, chop, sweep, hack, lift, point, collapse, every movement of the sword technique, every style of the heavenly desolate sword technique, was broken up and reassembled by Chu Mu. It was as if he was a heavenly steed soaring through the skies, untraceable. Every sword move was like an antelope's horn, exquisite to the extreme, causing others to slap the table in praise. Everyone stared at it intently. Some of the inner palace disciples were also amazed. There were even true palace disciples who sighed at their inferiority. The power of each sword did not seem to be very strong. The speed of the sword did not seem to be very fast, but it was endless and flawless. Qi Xiao could not find any flaws and could not form an effective counterattack. For the first time, Qi Xiao felt what it was like to be constantly attacked by others. In the past, this was what he had brought to others. Experiencing it personally, the feeling of powerlessness was so profound. He had great endurance and tenacity, forcibly withstanding Chu Mu's continuous attacks. He defended himself tightly and looked for any possible flaws to prepare a strong counterattack to recover his current disadvantage. Unfortunately, he could not find such an opportunity. He could only be brought into Chu Mu's rhythm little by little. Chapter 8:23. Like a fish caught in a whirlpool, he was powerless to struggle and was gradually suppressed. Qi Xiao wanted to burst out his power again and again, but he was disrupted by Chu Mu. The feeling of powerlessness came from the bottom of his heart, bone marrow, and soul. Qi Xiao was defeated by Chu Mu in this extremely sullen state. The defeated Qi Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. "You're very strong. I'm convinced that I lost to you. But next time, I'll definitely defeat you." Qi Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to Chu Mu. Then he turned and walked away. "You won't have a chance." Chu Mu smiled and said. He hadn't used all of his strength, or even his real strength. Otherwise, he could have defeated Qi Xiao with 3 or even 1 sword attack if he used his peak 8th revolution sword intent. Therefore, Chu Mu didn't take Qi Xiao's words seriously. Qi Xiao would improve, but his improvement would definitely be faster than Qi Xiao's. The gap between their strengths would only grow bigger. Qi Xiao won 1 and lost 1. The 6th battle began. Duan Yulong's opponent was Nan Wu. The gap between their strengths was too obvious. Duan Yulong used all of his strength, but still lost to Nan Wu. In the 7th battle, Zhuang Libi's opponent was Chu Mu. Zhuang Libi naturally wasn't Chu Mu's opponent and was easily defeated by Chu Mu. This round of competition had a total of 2 auras. Only 2 people maintained a perfect victory, Nan Wu and Chu Mu. This completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Qi Xiao, Luo Qiushui, and Ma Yunfei had 1 win and 1 loss. Duan Yulong and Zhuang Libi lost both battles, which meant that they were eliminated and couldn't enter the 12th round. There were a total of 5 disciples who entered the 12th round: Nan Wu, Chu Mu, Luo Qiushui, Ma Yunfei, and Qi Xiao. No one was optimistic about Ma Yunfei. Ma Yunfei was very depressed but also a little excited because he was going to fight with 4 terrifying opponents. Among the 5 people, 4 had early 7th Revolution sword intent while his was peak 6th Revolution sword intent. There was a fundamental difference. The previous battle also proved that Ma Yunfei was no match for any of the 4. Therefore, everyone thought that Ma Yunfei was just a foil in this round of competition. The drawing of lots began. Namo had always been in first place, and he was the first to draw lot. The 5 lots were drawn in an instant, and the competition began. The number Nan Wu drew was number 5. And this round's number 5 was Qi Xiao. The first battle already made people's eyes light up. Qi Xiao's fighting strength was originally very strong, and in the battle with Chu Mu, he even displayed the early 7th Revolution sword intent. Between him and Nan Wu, it was still uncertain who was stronger and who was weaker. The battle between the two would definitely be exciting. From the moment Qi Xiao was defeated by Chu Mu to the beginning of the first match of the 12th round, nearly half an hour had passed. Qi Xiao had already used some kind of treasure to restore the strength of his auxiliary cultivation method to its peak. Nan Wu's eyes were dark and deep, as if they were absorbing all the light around them. At the beginning of the battle, Chu Mu found a trace of similarity between Nan Wu's strange and erratic movements and Qi Xiao's domineering and violent movements. Nan Wu was like an assassin walking in the crevices of the dark abyss. Every sword move was unpredictable and unpredictable, striving for the most fatal blow. Qi Xiao, on the other hand, was like a warrior from the dark abyss, violent and domineering, like a demon king. The two's fighting styles were completely different. When they collided, the momentum was sometimes shocking, and sometimes silent. The early 7th Revolution sword intent burst out, and the auxiliary cultivation method operated. A special power was injected into the sword and spread all over his body. Nan Wu's body and sword seemed to become translucent, faintly discernible. Looking hard, one could only vaguely see a silhouette shuttling back and forth in the air. He didn't know what kind of auxiliary technique it was, but it was able to turn Namo's body and sword transparent. On the other hand, Qi Xiao's black luster was like a burning flame, but without the slightest heat. However, the black luster seemed to seep into the air and penetrate the surface of space, leaving shallow traces. In the previous battle with Chu Mu, Qi Xiao first used the power of his auxiliary cultivation method, and when the power was exhausted, he used the early 7th Revolution sword intent. This time, against Nan Wu, Qi Xiao directly used his full strength, and combined with the power of his auxiliary cultivation method, the early 7th Revolution sword intent was even more tyrannical. Strong against strong, the strength of the two sides seemed to be similar, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. The fierce and exciting battle was suffocating. Everyone stared with wide eyes, and their eyes were fixed on the two figures on the arena. After half an hour of battle, Qi Xiao was seized by Nan Wu and stabbed with his sword, revealing a flaw. Qi Xiao's fighting style was more suitable for the battlefield, while Nan Wu's fighting style was more suitable for one-on-one battles. In particular, Nan Wu exerted his advantages to the extreme, making it difficult for Qi Xiao to catch his figure, and thus lost some advantages. Qi Xiao lost, and Nan Wu won. The first round of the 12th round ended, and the second round began immediately. Originally, number 2 belonged to Qi Xiao, but because he was defeated by Chu Mu, the seat naturally belonged to Chu Mu. Chu Mu drew number 4, Ma Yunfei. Chu Mu is going to win. Yes, Ma Yunfei is strong, but Chu Mu is stronger. Chu Mu and Ma Yunfei entered the arena. Ma Yunfei immediately pulled out his sword and crossed it in front of him, assuming a defensive posture. In Chu Mu's eyes, Ma Yunfei had no flaws from head to toe, and every part of his body was completely under his sword defense. However, as long as there was enough tyrannical attack, no matter how strong or perfect the defense was, it could be broken. Chu Mu unsheathed his sword and launched an attack. The continuous sword light was like a surging river, but it also had a fleeting feeling. Sometimes it was fast and sometimes it was slow. Sometimes it was strong and sometimes it was weak. As it linked together, it was flawless. Although every sword was blocked by Ma Yunfei's expression was becoming more and more serious. Chu Mu did not use the seventh turn sword intent, and it could be seen that he did not use his full strength. It seemed that Chu Mu's attack was more like a test of his own sword art, using Ma Yunfei's block to test and improve his sword art, and Ma Yunfei had no choice but to cooperate. Under Chu Mu's attack, Ma Yunfei's face became more and more dignified, and it became more and more difficult for him to block, but he still managed to hold on for a quarter of an hour, which surprised Chu Mu. After testing and perfecting his sword art, Chu Mu stabbed out with his sword, and Ma Yunfei immediately blocked, but before he could block, Chu Mu's sword suddenly changed, from bottom to top, and the speed of the change was faster than Ma Yunfei's reaction. Ma Yunfei's sword was lifted up, and the sword stabbed out, pressing against Ma Yunfei's throat. The sharp sword intent shattered Ma Yunfei's protective sword aura, and the coldness made Ma Yunfei smell the smell of death. Lightly touching Ma Yunfei's throat, Chu Mu took back his sword. "You win." Ma Yunfei touched his throat and nodded at Chu Mu, and said with a complicated expression. Chu Mu smiled and did not answer. He turned and walked back to his seat. Ma Yunfei also walked back to his seat, and the third match began. Number 3 was Luo Qiushui, and his opponent was Chu Mu. Chu Mu had just finished a match, and was given a quarter of an hour to rest. After a quarter of an hour, Chu Mu and Luo Qiushui went up and faced each other. Both of them had the early 7th turn sword intent, and Chu Mu also had an auxiliary cultivation method, and Luo Qiushui seemed to have cultivated an auxiliary cultivation method as well. When the battle began, Luo Qiushui knew that Chu Mu was very strong, and was a terrifying opponent, and would not be weaker than Nan Wu, so he had to treat him seriously. As soon as he attacked, there was no probing, and he used the long sky autumn water style. On the sword blade, there was the power of an auxiliary cultivation method flowing, which was like a pool of autumn water, and the temperature of the surrounding air became as cold as water. Chu Mu also unleashed his power, the early 7th turn sword intent, and the ice power of the Ice Soul Cold Frost technique was injected into the sword blade, and a terrifying sword art was unleashed, and he fought fiercely with Luo Qiushui. Watching from the side was only superficial, and only by experiencing it personally could one feel the power of the opponent and the exquisiteness of the sword art. Chu Mu and Luo Qiushui fought fiercely, and it seemed that they were evenly matched. Even Luo Qiushui himself thought so, so he unleashed his power again, and attacked continuously, trying to defeat Chu Mu as soon as possible. However, no matter how Luo Qiushui unleashed his power, he was still unable to defeat Chu Mu, and was still evenly matched with Chu Mu, because Chu Mu's strength seemed to be increasing bit by bit. Fight, fight, fight. The long sky autumn water style, the sword light was like autumn water crossing the sky. Chu Mu's sword art changed, and he actually used the long sky autumn water style. The long sky autumn water sword light that was like a river crossing the sky stunned the audience, and Luo Qiushui's face was also filled with disbelief. Chu Mu actually used his own long sky autumn water style? Moreover, his long sky autumn water style seemed to be more exquisite than his own, and even more perfect? How could this be possible? Luo Qiushui felt that his brain was about to short-circuit, and his thoughts were about to stop. The scene in front of him was too shocking. Although the Long Sky Autumn Water style was a combination of the first 33 styles of the Sky Desolation sword art, it also had its own unique understanding. Unless he imparted and explained the essence of it, no one could master it. However, Chu Mu did not receive any imparting from him, and only watched a few of his battles and fought with him for a while. How could he master the mystery of the Long Sky Autumn Water style? Unbelievable! After Chu Mu used the Long Sky Autumn Water style, the next style was the sword style that Tang Jin used, and the style after that was Ben Hu's sword style. Under Chu Mu's attacks, Luo Qiushui showed signs of weakness, and then he was defeated by Chu Mu. In the first 2 matches of the 12th round, Chu Mu once again won a complete victory, and swept away his 2 opponents with absolute strength. In the 4th match, Ma Yunfei's opponent was Nan Wu. Without a doubt, Ma Yunfei was defeated by Nan Wu in a short period of time. The 5th match was also the last match of the 12th round. Qi Xiao drew the number 3, Luo Qiushui. This was another exciting match. Qi Xiao versus Luo Qiushui, and both of them were powerful swordsmen who possessed the early stage of the 7th Revolution sword intent and auxiliary cultivation technique. In the audience's anticipation, the match began, and in an instant, amazing combat power erupted. Chapter 824. Qi Xiao versus Luo Qiushui. The fierce battle began. Under Qi Xiao's attacks, Luo Qiushui gradually fell into a disadvantage and was defeated by Qi Xiao's sword in the end. After 2 consecutive defeats, Luo Qiushui was eliminated. There were only 3 people who would enter the 13th round: Nan Wu, Chu Mu, and Qi Xiao. From the first round until now, Nan Wu was the one who had not lost a single battle. Chu Mu and Qi Xiao had both been defeated. From the looks of it, it seemed that first place belonged to Nan Wu, but that wasn't certain. At least, many people believed that Chu Mu could fight against Nan Wu. As for who first place belonged to, they would only know after they fought. As for Qi Xiao, he had fought with Chu Mu and Nan Wu before, but he had been defeated in both battles. In the Outer Palace competition, the top 10 would be rewarded, and the top 3 would be rewarded more. The second place would be rewarded more than the third place, and the first place would be rewarded the most. Therefore, it was inevitable that they would compete for the first place. The 13th round of the competition would be held tomorrow. Chu Mu left the Outer Palace half-void realm. On the way back to his room, he met Lu Xingqing. Lu Xingqing kept staring at Chu Mu with unwillingness, jealousy, and fear in his eyes. When Chu Mu looked at him, Lu Xingqing avoided eye contact with Chu Mu. He was afraid. If it was before, when Chu Mu could not use sword essence and ultimacy, he could laugh at Chu Mu with contempt and disdain because Chu Mu would be trampled under his feet. Now, Chu Mu's sword essence had broken through the seal. Chu Mu, who could use sword essence, was much more powerful than him. Although he had not used ultimacy, he had reason to believe that Chu Mu's ultimacy would break through the seal soon. 8th Revolution. 8th Revolution sword essence and 8th Revolution ultimacy. This was a secret buried deep in Lu Xingqing's heart, a secret that made him tremble in fear. In the entire Heaven Wasteland Palace, besides Chu Mu, only he knew about it, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He was afraid, trembling, and even he didn't understand why. He was just a clown. Chu Mu only glanced at him and didn't pay attention to him anymore. In the past, he hadn't taken Lu Xingqing seriously. Now, he wouldn't take Lu Xingqing seriously either. Chu Mu, do your best. Get first place. Duan Yulong walked up from behind and walked side by side with Chu Mu. Chu Mu faintly smiled and nodded. On the way, some people also nodded and smiled at Chu Mu to greet him. Chu Mu also nodded and smiled back at them. Returning to his room, Chu Mu exhaled and sat on his bed. He didn't think about anything and his mind wandered. After about a quarter of an hour, he came back to his senses and began to reflect on today's battle. He removed the dross and left the essence, absorbing and transforming it for his own use to strengthen his own strength. Like Chu Mu, many swordsmen also took the time to comprehend after returning. Tomorrow, in the 13th round of the competition, Nan Wu, Chu Mu, and Qi Xiao would fight. Perhaps the winner would appear in the 13th round of the competition tomorrow. The battle that was watched by tens of thousands of people was also a soul-stirring battle. The time was getting closer and closer. Many people couldn't rest at ease and kept waiting. They were somewhat anxious, like ants on a hot pan, impatient. They secretly lamented the slow passage of time. No matter what, the passage of time was the same as before. It didn't speed up or slow down. What should go would go, and what should come would come. At daybreak, countless people were excited. The half-void realm of the outer palace had not yet opened, but a large number of people had gathered at the entrance. They all wanted to enter as soon as possible. Although the competition wouldn't start in advance, even if they entered as soon as possible, they would still feel more at ease if they entered as soon as possible and occupied a relatively good position. Chu Mu arrived late. The place was almost overcrowded. On the sword battle arena, there were only 3 seats. Seat number 1, Nan Wu. Seat number 2, Chu Mu. Seat number 3, Qi Xiao. The rules of the 12th round were the same. Nan Wu and the other 2 drew 3 lots. In an instant, the first battle of the 13th round began. Nan Wu drew number 3, and his opponent was Qi Xiao. In the previous battle, Nan Wu defeated Qi Xiao. Even so, Qi Xiao's fighting spirit was still earth-shattering. He would never admit defeat. When the battle began, Qi Xiao instantly unleashed his full strength. His aura was even stronger than yesterday. Nan Wu didn't test his strength. He unleashed his strength and fought with Qi Xiao. Chu Mu keenly discovered that Nan Wu's strength had also improved compared to yesterday. Geniuses were improving all the time. Especially after going through intense battles, their improvement was even more obvious. Qi Xiao was still no match for Nan Wu even when he tried his best. In the end, Nan Wu took advantage of his weakness and defeated him. In the second round, Chu Mu drew number 1, Nan Wu. It was normal and completely expected for 3 people to have such a result. As the referee, the elder of the inner palace would never let him draw his own number. Chu Mu versus Nan Wu. In the eyes of everyone, this battle was a battle for first place. It was the battle of the champion. After this battle, the ranking would basically be determined. Nan Wu's dark and deep eyes instantly shot out an astonishing dim light, piercing through the sky and heading straight for Chu Mu. It pierced Chu Mu's eyes as if to force into Chu Mu's spiritual world. Nan Wu had mastered a special method that could affect his opponent's spiritual world with the power of his gaze, causing a subtle impact. Although it was not powerful at all and was only a subtle impact, it was only a hair's breadth in a battle between experts. Nan Wu's gaze released a strange power that silently rushed into Chu Mu's spiritual world. An ordinary opponent would never be able to detect it. Of course, Nan Wu didn't need to use this trump card against an ordinary opponent. Immediately afterward, the dim light shot out from Nan Wu's eyes disappeared. His body instantly turned translucent, and even the sword in his hand became translucent. As if it was about to disappear, it blended into the air and silently rushed toward Chu Mu. It was a ghostly assassination. This was a sword move that he was full of confidence in. First, he used his trump card, the pupil technique, to affect Chu Mu and impact his spiritual world. Then, he used an auxiliary cultivation method and mobilized all the early-stage 7th circle sword intent. He was determined to defeat Chu Mu in one sword move. However, Nan Wu didn't expect that although his pupil technique was magical, it couldn't affect Chu Mu at all. The power that entered Chu Mu's spiritual world was instantly detected by Chu Mu and then defeated. Chu Mu unsheathed his sword and infused it with the early-stage 7th circle sword intent and the ice power of ice and frost skill. Without looking at it, he swung his sword to the side. This sword move was as simple and direct as a graffiti. What was shocking was that where Chu Mu swung his sword, the outline of Nan Wu's figure appeared. The almost transparent sword pierced toward him but was blocked by Chu Mu. Then, with a twist of his wrist, the sword body rotated and twisted and stabbed toward Nan Wu's face. Nan Wu was very surprised. Chu Mu's counterattack was very delicate and the timing was perfect. It was completely beyond his expectation. His reaction was also very fast. He changed his sword move again and formed a two-hit combo. This two-hit combo was the combination of the first 33 moves of the Heavenly Desolation Sword Art and the second 33 moves of the Heavenly Desolation Sword Art. It contained the power of the early stage entry stage and the power of the deep stage entry stage. Nan Wu's counterattack was within Chu Mu's expectation. However, the power of the counterattack was far beyond Chu Mu's estimation. Because Nan Wu had never used such a two-hit combo before. The two-hit combo was the combination of the first 33 moves and the second 33 moves of the Heavenly Desolation Sword Art. It contained the power of the early stage entry stage and the deep stage entry stage. It was really terrifying. Chu Mu could not dodge in time and could only barely block it. Under the two-hit combo, the power of the two-hit combo exploded, one stronger than the other. As his chi and blood surged, Chu Mu was sent flying dozens of meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. The hand holding the sword trembled uncontrollably. Nan Wu's counterattack was really too powerful. It was not easy for Nan Wu to use the two-hit combo. When Chu Mu blocked it, the recoil force was also very strong. Therefore, when Chu Mu was repelled, he could not immediately chase after him and missed a good opportunity. However, Chu Mu was already injured, which was great news for him. At first, Nan Wu had no impression of Chu Mu. However, as the battle progressed, Chu Mu gradually entered Nan Wu's field of vision. At that time, Nan Wu felt a little regretful. Chu Mu's swordsmanship was so profound and his fighting skills were so exquisite. Why couldn't he use his sword essence and profound meaning? When Chu Mu displayed the sword essence of the sixth revolution, Nan Wu's eyes lit up. He was looking forward to it, but it was only that. He also felt a little regretful because he knew that no matter how pure the sword essence of the sixth revolution was, it was fundamentally different from his early stage seventh revolution sword essence. The gap was insurmountable. And when Chu Mu fought Qi Xiao, under Qi Xiao's 7th rank early stage sword intent, he also exploded with 7th rank early stage sword intent and defeated Qi Xiao. Nan Wu knew that Chu Mu was his strongest opponent this time, and could be said to be his only opponent. When he fought with Luo Qiushui and Qi Xiao, Nan Wu did not use his pupil skill because he thought it was unnecessary. Although Luo Qiushui and Qi Xiao were strong, they were not enough for him to use his full strength. However, Chu Mu could. Facing Chu Mu, he could not relax at all. He had to go all out. Unexpectedly, Chu Mu was not affected by his pupil's skill and counterattacked instantly. If he had not reacted in time, he would have been the one injured instead of Chu Mu. Now, no matter what, he had to use his second trump card, the combined double strike sword skill, to injure Chu Mu. Originally, he wanted to defeat Chu Mu in one fell swoop. However, he did not expect that Chu Mu was so strong and had so many abilities. Therefore, he was only injured. However, as long as he was injured, his strength would be affected and he would have a greater chance to defeat Chu Mu. Nan Wu was full of confidence and his momentum was earth-shattering. He adjusted himself and the momentum that seemed to engulf heaven and earth converged in an instant. He turned into a shadow and walked in the air. Then, he appeared in front of Chu Mu and slashed out,